Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to streamline this. Our jurors are here. Okay, let's get on the record, please. It is Friday morning, April 26th. This is State versus Pritchett and Robinson. Our prosecutors are here. Ms. Mignot, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Blake are here, and then Mr. Pritchett is here. So we have everyone we need. We've been having an off-the-record discussion about the PowerPoint that the state intends to use through investigator Miller. It's gang expert that is meant to educate the jurors on gangs and the origins of YSL. And this, I don't know if we call it a subset of YSL to which Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett allegedly belong. And Ms. Mignot has some concerns with the presentation. We discussed, so we could make some progress, her concerns about slide 12, which is entitled Young Slime Life and has at least one, if not two pictures of Young Thug, who is purported to be one of the founding members of Young Slime Life. And Ms. Mignot's concern, and I summarize, and you should amplify if I don't give it full body, is that Young Thug, most folks know, is on trial right now in this courthouse in a high-profile, long-running trial. And Ms. Mignot's concern is that jurors might draw some association with that case and connect Mr. Robinson with that case in some way. If the concern is that the jurors might associate Mr. Robinson with YSL, I understand that concern, but that's what the state's trying to prove, that Mr. Robinson is connected to YSL through a set. The next slide where there was concern was 13, which was it is a slide with an aerial shot of a neighborhood in Fulton County, and then some street signs, Cleveland and Jonesboro, and then a Cleveland Avenue with a snake. And Ms. Mignot's concern, as I understood it, was that it adds more, not quite addresses, but locations. And she was concerned that the jurors might think maybe the alleged crimes in this case spread further, or there was other criminal activity to which Mr. Robinson was connected. And then finally, as far as we got before we went live, concern with slide 15, which I'm going to call hybrid slide number 2, and it shows what looks like gang members, one on a motorcycle, two of them on a motorcycle, two of them standing in front of a car, and it's presumably going to enable the expert to talk about how a hybrid works. And we noted that the preceding slide seems like it could be used in the same way. I now am going to ask you to share your screen so that the court reporter is looking at the same thing that we're all looking at. Or I can share it. Either way, we've got the same presentation, and I'll just go to whichever slide you want to talk about.
Yes, sir.
I can share it right now if that's faster.
She's about to hit share.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Ms. Mignot, before we go any further, now that we're on the record, I summarized as best I could what you had shared about your concerns about slides 12, 13, and 15. I want you to amplify on any of those three if you felt like I omitted something or condensed it too much.
Nothing additional to add to slide 2, Your Honor. You condensed it properly. Slide 13, you condensed it properly. But as it pertains to slide 15, I think we were still in the middle. So
okay, why don't you keep going?
As it pertains to slide 15, the state is planning on using Instagrams and posts. And this is a post that this is an Instagram that does not belong to our client. If you look at the left of it, there's an Instagram here. And there's a difference between, I don't want to create confusion for those who are my age, who are not necessarily into the computer technology, Instagram, social media, might struggle with the difference between what is a screenshot versus what is a post. This is also could create confusion for the jurors because now they think this Instagram post was made by our client, was it not made by our client? Now we're off to the races trying to explain that. Also,
why aren't you able to clear that up if Mr. Hiles doesn't? You've got the investigator on cross-examination and you say, let's look at page 15 of your presentation. Hey, just make that work, please. I don't know what the problem is. This happened yesterday too, and I was told it was fixed. Anything you need, just borrow it. There's a keyboard over here too. Thanks. Why wouldn't you be able to ask Investigator Miller? Now, you're not saying that Stunna 60 has anything to do with this case. I suspect he'd say, I don't think it has anything to do with YSL. This is just an example, which experts are free to use, of how a hybrid situation works. Now, if he said something different, we've got a problem. But I think you and I know Stunna 60 isn't anyone associated with this case. And you'd be able to make that plain if Investigator Miller didn't do so during his direct examination.
I believe that's now going to force me to start doing a cross-examination on irrelevant evidence instead of relevant evidence. And I am concerned that it's going to cause confusion for the jury. Also, the rap lyrics, if you look, you'll see that that's a song and it looks like rap lyrics. So you have one gang, you have two black males on the right, two black males on the left that we're alleging are gang members, and together they make rap music. So now rap music is what's a gang?
You know, I don't know. You're asking me to explain the slide, not my job.
That's my.
I don't see any problem with those lyrics though. So that's not going to be your winning argument, but the other things might be.
That's my concern.
Okay.
Relevance and confusion. So I can flip to the next.
Oh, shoot, sorry. So.
You also can just click on the little arrow. The down arrow will do you one page at a time.
That's exactly what we're doing now.
Okay.
All right, so going to 16, no issue, 17, no issue. Okay, so 18 concerns because now we've got, it looks like drawings, like the state took a drawing and then used the drawing to write on it over the drawing. So it looks modified, first of all, and we're concerned about it being modified.
But why can't the investigator modify it if he says, I modify it to show you, here's the Y, the S, and the L? In other words, he's illustrating. These are all for illustrative or demonstrative purposes. And so this would be his explanation of how you fashion or see YSL from that hand signal.
My concern was just a modification.
Okay, got it. Next slide.
I think the next slide, Your Honor, 20, we have the same concern as 12.
Okay, we're on 19 right now.
I'm sorry, 19, we have the same concern as 12. Mr. Young Thug is also in this photograph. And
Okay.
we think that'll be more prejudicial than probative, whether.
What was that concern? I've gotten most of the notes. What was just primarily that it was?
That is Young Thug, and that means the trial downstairs, and that could create inappropriate prejudice for Mr. Robinson. All right, 20? You don't need to say a whole lot about 20. I don't see 20 staying in.
Can I say something?
You can when it's your turn. I'm just letting you know where I'm going.
Yeah, 20.
So let's keep going.
Okay, so 21, Your Honor, the concern is, there is a grave. There is a grave that is in 21. There's also a property that is not affiliated with this case. So now we have another location. And we are also concerned about the inference of death as it pertains to the gravesite that we're looking at.
Okay,
No issue there. Okay, so this we have an issue with. The reason we have an issue with it.
so let's use the page number so the record is clear.
Page 23.
All right,
Page 23, we have an issue, Your Honor. We have what appears to be a green, it looks like a magic carpet to me, but I'm assuming it's.
it's a bandana, a green bandana like you see in lots of the photos and videos, including your client?
Correct.
Okay,
Now we have the expert who's supposed to be explaining how gangs work, taking a photograph of our client and putting it in to a triangle.
right.
I think that is more prejudicial than probative if this expert is explaining how gangs work. Because now, if this gang expert has a picture of our client, which appears to be a mugshot, that he's putting into the slideshow, that we may have an issue as it pertains to more prejudicial than probative.
Okay,
No issue there on 24.
just go to the pages where you've got issues.
25 also has a post. And it looks like an Instagram post. We don't know whose Instagram post that is, but it could create confusion as to whether or not our client actually posted that.
Okay,
27 is not even legible. So I don't know what assistance it's gonna give a gang expert.
It's a
So
video.
we would ask 27 to be excluded.
okay,
Also, if it's the video, it would be duplicative, because I believe the court has granted the state the opportunity to play that video.
okay,
Same objection for 28. Objection for 29 is the same as the objection with the cropping of our client's photograph into a triangle that the officer is trying to explain how gangs work.
okay,
No issue with 30. Our client's not in 31, but we would have the same concern because our client's charged with the person who's depicted in 31, and it looks like a mugshot.
okay,
Issue with 32 is this looks like a post. And I am not certain whose post it is, and we're gonna have to clarify as to whether it's my client's post or not, so we believe that it would create confusion, because we're using both screenshots and postings and Instagrams from our client's case in this case.
all right, I'm gonna ask you to pause for a second. What can we do to prevent this from happening each day? Any idea?
Actually disconnected from Wi-Fi. The people
If that's what it is, because it gets stuck on Teams, like it starts up and it's on Teams and spinning, spinning, spinning.
join into the Zoom.
Okay. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, because it disconnected.
I don't, all I know is that it's not supposed to be each day. We have to get someone from your office to run in here and fix it.
So
Okay.
we will probably on to it and see to take care of the Wi-Fi drivers.
Okay, great. Is that the new phone?
Yes.
So go for it. All right, so whoop, you went away from the slide we were on.
I did, Your Honor. Going back to 30, this appears to be somebody else's post. And it's a song, so I'm not sure if it's gonna have audio associated with it. But we would object to 30.
What is 30 going to be, Mr. Hiles? Just that picture?
Yeah, there's not gonna be any audio, if there is audio, I don't intend to play it, but what it is there was other gang members, it was not posted by Mr. Robinson, but it was other gang members posting to free baby Slat, and it was after.
But during the presentation, is this a still photo or is it a video?
I believe it is a still photo.
So you've disclosed fully slide 30. There's not a video that's going to play that no one else has seen before.
No, the only videos that are embedded in this PowerPoint were the two videos that we discussed.
Meaning the guns up and whatever the other one's called? Okay, all right. So to be clear, 30 is what we're looking at there. That's the extent of what 30 will be. Miller will say what he says about it, but it is a picture of Mr. Robinson.
It is.
Okay. All right, back to you, Ms. Mignot.
32, Your Honor, is a Instagram post.
Right, we had already talked about that one and you said it could create confusion. It's not clear who sent it, et cetera. Hold on one second. Is it happy and running? Or it has to set up?
Is putting on?
Okay, but
Do you want me to wait?
no, but it should self-start.
Yes.
Like in 10 minutes, I should be able to make a phone call.
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, back to you, Ms. Mignot.
Once again, the same objection Instagram post. There might be confusion as to whether or not our client posted this. And I am concerned that this demonstrative might be a way to get in evidence that's not admissible under normal process or procedure.
Okay,
Same objection as the other ones where an individual's photograph is injected, although my client's not.
so then we're talking about what page number now?
Page 34, I apologize.
Okay,
Page 34 is the same objection as the previous slide that looks just like this one, except in picture is being changed.
okay,
Crop a photo into the diagram. Page 35. We would object to page 35. It is
it's in evidence.
correct.
So what possibly could you object to something that is it's already in, it doesn't come out now. They could show to Investigator Miller everything in evidence already. You might argue cumulative if all he's gonna say is that's a picture of green sneakers.
That's the concern that I have.
Okay, all right, only one slide left.
This is definitely, in my opinion, first of all, I don't know who took the picture of an affidavit of an arrest warrant. We're also cropping my client. This is a clip from the video. So now it's cumulative, because this is a picture of our client in the video that the court has approved. Thumbs up video. And this is now another shot of the same picture of the co-defendant in this case on slide number 36 as the same picture of the co-defendant in slide number 34. So all we did is just make the picture of the co-defendant a little bit smaller from the size of it in 34. And now we have it again, moving it around down in slide number 36. It's cumulative. This is more prejudicial than probative. There is a warrant signed by an officer that's not in evidence in this case. It would be no different than the police report being brandished on the screen, which the jurors should not have access to.
Got it. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pritchett. How are you doing? Do you have any objections beyond the one? You're free to join in Ms. Mignot's objections. I'm wondering if, let me make the record clear. The PowerPoint we're discussing is something you received yesterday. So you've had it for a while. And I want to know if you've got any objections to the content of the PowerPoint. This will be used, if at all, through the state's gang expert, a guy named Investigator Miller, who is going to talk with the jury about YSL and what it means to be a member of a gang, et cetera, et cetera. And you and I have just heard from Ms. Mignot, her objections on behalf of Mr. Robinson. I want to know if you've got any objections to the content of the PowerPoint that are different from Ms. Mignot's. You can join in all of them, but if you've got additional ones, I would like to know what those are.
I would like to join in on all of them. I did receive it yesterday. I'm not sure if that is for a while, but from what I've seen, on the objection specifically on page 35, which are
35 is the sneakers.
sneakers, and I understand you said that's pictures and evidence.
Sure, that doesn't mean you can't object. Ms. Mignot had one.
Yeah, I object because I believe that's a false picture of what the actual color of the shoes were. And I understand that that is the color of those shoes and the color of the men's gang is what the connection is trying to be made.
Got it. And you had, that's why you were sharing with the witness the picture that you had of the shoes that's not with blue light or something, and they were more yellow.
Yes, yeah, I mean, the owner of the shoe that testified said that this was not an accurate depiction of the shoes.
Okay. All right. Anything else about the PowerPoint?
I mean, nothing besides, the fact that I guess joining in, some of the things here, a lot of the things are not coming from, the source being me, so.
It's evidence outside the evidence of this case. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I guess that's it, what I could.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Gordon, when you get a chance, if you could rotate the podium monitor delicately back towards Ms. Mignot. Mr. Hiles, I would like your thoughts about, I'm gonna oh, you did unshare, thank you. Tell me why slide 15, which should be on the screen now, should stay in, given slide 14, coupled with the concerns Ms. Mignot raised that Mr. Pritchett has adopted.
Will you please briefly, can I see it go to the slide before it, just so I can see exactly what that says?
Sure, it says the word hybrid.
So it does. All right, if you go down now to slide 15.
Yeah.
He's now explaining hybrid. So what you have on the left, and he will explain that this is not somebody in this particular case.
Right.
But what you have is a known CRIP member that is displaying one of the YSL signs, which is to wipe your nose. And then on the other side, you have a known sex money murder member. And so that's how they come together. They're known to be made up of sex money murder and rolling 60 scripts specifically. And then if you see the lyrics that are saying right below it, banging 5 stars like Dallas, banging 5 stars is a direct reference to sex money murder, the 5 stars of the blood gang. And then in my CRIP partner got headaches. I can't remember what the cheeks are. He can tell you it's a specific, but anyways, money real green like lettuce. So it's saying that I am claiming both as one. And that's the explanation why those two, that is further explanation of a hybrid gang, a visual of how the Crips and sex money murder bloods come together.
Got it. Slide 18, there were concerns that they had been modified to show how one can see YSL in a hand gesture. I don't have a problem with this slide. It's staying in. What is the necessity then and non-cumulative nature of 19?
So 19 is a different sign and symbol that is used by YSL. There's two. There's one which is page 18.
Yep.
Which is you can see where he will tell you that he modified it to show the YSL.
I'm not worried about that, but yes.
And then the single finger you see there.
Yes.
It is known to wipe your nose.
Yep.
It's called wiping slime from your nose. So he is showing the two known hand signs that are known to be part of this gang that are often demonstrated by the defendant in the videos that have already been. So
Is investigator Miller going to talk about who any of those three people are, or just that those are three examples, much like on 18, it is actually 4 examples of the other hand sign?
I don't, the last time we did this together, we did not talk about it. This is why
Good.
that
Let's
we-
not talk about who those people are. It will just be demonstratives of that other hand sign. And I will note that the name Slat is tattooed on one finger, and on the other, that makes it all the more relevant to this case.
Without naming the individual, I would like to bring up the slap when you speak to
We can
it.
talk about Slat all you want. You're not going to have him say, that's so-and-so and that's so-and-so. They are going to be anonymous exemplars of this YSL hand sign.
Understood?
Okay. On 21, is that grave the grave of, or the headstone or marker of a gang member? And he's going to talk about that's who that person is, or that's some poor random guy's grave that got graffiti on it?
That is the grave of Donovan Peanut Thomas. Donovan Peanut Thomas was the leader of the Inglewood family function of the Bloods that spawned when his death at the hands of some sex money murder and YSL members spawned the actual battle, the gang war that is going on between.
So he's on the other side of the equation. If he walked into a room of YSL guys would be unhappy with him.
Yes.
Okay, so that picture needs to come out.
It needs to come out.
The grave picture does. But I'll give a final rule. I just need to know, was it a private citizen? It's coming out. If it's a guy from YSL named Slat, it's staying in. But it's someone on the other side. And we're not going to have grave defacement as an example of gang activity for this jury.
All right, fair enough.
Those are my only questions for you. So here are my rulings. Please remove slide 15.
Which one is slide 15?
The one that's number 15. It's the one where you were going to the Potex, and it's the second hybrid slide. You get the hybrid slide with the 3 vehicles. Please remove slide 20 that has the guy with the assault rifle with a snake around it. You can make any record you want. It's coming out, but go ahead and make your record. Should the state somehow decide it has a right to appeal?
No. I have so there's a picture that was shared in Discovery that I think is going to be admitted. I know is going to be admitted, and it was shared, and it is a picture at that video shoot.
I remember, and that's the connection, but these are inflammatory. And that is, in particular, the guy with the 2 guns. There's so many ways this could be taken in the wrong direction by a juror. It's like, wait a minute, is that like, what is going on there? It is not central to your case. I find that it is the risk of unfair prejudice far outweighs the minimal probative value of this slide.
What I'm asking is, can I replace that photograph with the photograph from the Guns Up video with Slim Santana, where he is holding the AR style pistols with the snake wrapped around? And I can show you.
You could replace all 3 of these with that, yes.
Okay.
Because the first one on the left, I don't know, is that in a jungle somewhere? I mean, what the heck is that? I know that Miller will talk about it, but it interjects all sorts of, like, they connected with a guerrilla organization in the Congo. That's not what this case is about. Similar with the middle picture. The guy's wearing red. There's no green in there at all. This is a dude with a lizard on him. The last one, I could see you drawing a connection, but too many guns and don't know who this person is. You've got the exemplar you need. So if you want to use that photo of a defendant in this case, in lieu of what's in 20, you can have that the language on there is not the issue. It's the 3 pictures to which there's been lodged an objection that I'm sustaining.
Understood.
Okay. I think that's it, because you told me about the grave. All the other objections I am overruling. I find either that There's not a 403 issue. For none of the others is there a 403 issue. And I mean that either because I find that the probative value is not substantially outweighed by any undue prejudice. I don't think there's a whole lot of undue prejudice out there. They aren't great photos, especially ones that are of the defendants, either defendant. But I also don't think there's a risk of confusion. That may arise, but that would require Investigator Miller to testify completely differently than he has in the past. My experience is, and the record will need to show it in this case, is that he's not going to attribute any Instagram post to either of these defendants if they weren't theirs. And I think that it is the role of a defense attorney, if he or she thinks that there has been confusion engendered, to clear it up on cross-examination. That is one of the purposes of cross-examination. So to recap, 15, that's the second hybrid slide, is out. And 20 is being replaced in toto, except maybe the language at the bottom, with that picture of young slat with the snake and the gun. And 21, you're removing the photo of the grave, headstone, whatever you want to call it, that has slat spray painted on it. Okay. All the objections that Ms. Mignot made are preserved. Mr. Pritchett has adopted all those, so he's protected in that space as well. And he added an additional one concerning slide 35 about the color of the sneakers, but those are all overruled. Mr. Hiles, your first witness is not Miller, so you're going to have time to have your production team make these fixes and then get the PowerPoint back to Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett so they can confirm that the changes were made?
Yes, I don't anticipate Mr. Miller going to.
Fantastic. That means after 2 o'clock, because lunch is at 1. Anything else from the state?
Yes, before we bring the jurors in, I do anticipate a firearm being introduced today, and I just wanted to make sure that with my second witness, after we finish this Cowish, the immediate witness would be tendering the firearm. And so
give me the context to where a firearm enters this case. I don't.
When Mr. Pritchett was arrested, he was arrested with a person trying to sneak out of away from him, a female, carrying a bag that Officer O'Hare stopped, and it was the AR style pistol that was actually featured in the Play Nasty videos. Got it. Okay. But you've run, as long as you've run that by, he's cleared it. Okay. Cool. All right. Anything else from the state? That's it. All right. Ms. Mignot, your turn.
So we would object to a replacement slide as.
Which one? The replacement as in well, you'll have to look at it and then you can make an objection to that.
Okay. As it pertains to a weapon, I'm completely concerned. The state has not shown me a weapon, and these victims that have already testified barely described a weapon. In fact, any description is inconsistent. And now we have the state attempting to try to introduce a firearm in this case that, one, was not collected at the scene. 2, my client was arrested a month, I think, after this incident. Was not arrested at the same time Mr. Pritchett was arrested. And in my opinion, it's going to create confusion if the weapon is introduced into this case, because I don't think that there's any evidence associated with that. So 1, I haven't seen the weapon. And 2, this is the first time I'm realizing that the state is saying, because normally when I have a weapon in a case, it's here's the weapon we found. This weapon is connected. We are for certain because we've done ballistics on the weapon.
Well, it doesn't always have ballistics, and you know that. But what is the relevance of this gun? Let's say, for example, when I'm making this up, but when Mr. Pritchett was arrested, he had some drugs on him, but they were in no way, that wasn't the nerds or the box of wax or anything like that. Some stuff that happens at an arrest that's not evidence of flight, or if he had Mr. Carmody's ID in his pocket, that would all come in. Yeah. But other things that happen during an arrest that aren't evidence of flight don't necessarily come in. So other than it's a big scary gun, What's the potential relevance?
So when you see that, I intend to introduce and play the body cam of arrest, and so Mr. Pritchett is sneaking in, like he is tipped off that the fugitive team is coming, and he is sneaking into a hallway with his head covered, and then two girls are trying to peel off into the stairway carrying a bag, right?
Yeah.
And they split at the same time. Mr. Pritchett's taken into custody, the girls are taken into custody, and they're not arrested, but the weapon came out of young man's apartment where they were trying to flee from, and was arrested simultaneously, or collected simultaneously with Pritchett's arrest. And it is
Are they going to come in and testify and say, Mr. Pritchett asked us to take the gun?
Yeah.
Okay. So all you have is that they were stopped, their stuff was taken. Was there something in the bag along with a gun that says this is Mr. Pritchett's property?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was, what I'm saying, it's an AR style pistol that was taken from the area where the robbery was planned, allegedly, the testimony has been, and it was taken in conjunction with his arrest.
How many days after the incident?
I believe it was on November 22nd when the defendant was arrested. And it's also, you can look at the guns from the Play Nasty video, and you can.
In which Mr. Pritchett does not appear?
Pritchett's not here.
Right.
Mr. Robinson does.
Who's not arrested with two girls, one of whom has a gun in a bag she's carrying.
Not, but the argument is, how do you know that's a real gun? This is a real firearm. It can be attested to.
Okay. I'm going to think about whether the gun comes in.
All right.
Okay. Ms. Mignot, anything else before we bring the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor, the exhibits that were entered into evidence yesterday, defendants exhibits 16 and 17,
The immunity letters.
the immunity orders, those are orders that were filed in this case.
Yep.
And they were also certified originals from the clerk's office.
Okay.
The court admitted them, I believe, and I just want to make sure the record is clear.
They are both, 16 and 17 are both part of the record.
Okay.
I don't know whether you put them up there, but they are part of the record. Defendant Robinson, 16 and 17, both part of the record.
Now, I believe that they should be, the court excluded them from being published yesterday.
Correct.
To the jury. And I'm concerned, and I need to object on the record to the court's decision not to allow certified documents that are self-authenticating to be published to the jury, especially when the document.
What makes them not hearsay just because they're certified?
Well, here's the issue. They were.
How about this?
So it's an exception to the
Stop,
hearsay.
please. Do you have any objection to 16 and 17 actually going out with the jury during deliberations? Think about what they say and whether you have any objection with 16 and 17 going out with the jury. Do you? Yes or no?
Will you give them instruction again?
Yes, I will talk about what immunity means in this case. Done. They'll go out with the jury. And if you want through an appropriate witness to publish them, you can, but they'll go out with the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
That's the last concern.
Fantastic. Mr. Pritchett, you had mentioned that you might call some witnesses, and I asked you last night to get those names together, much like you're entitled to a witness list from the state, which your lawyer had for a long time. The state is entitled, and Ms. Mignot is entitled to the names of witnesses. If they're already on the state's witness list, that's not their business. If you're going to call Ms. Riley back to the stand, or you're going to call Investigator Covington, whoever that is, they don't need notice of that. But if there's someone not on the state's witness list, and not Ms. Riley's parents or Ms. Kalish's parents, because we know about them as potential witnesses through Ms. Mignot, now's the time for you to let everyone know who those witnesses are.
And I had, to the end of the day, still was gathering together. And like I said, well, like you said my attorneys had state's finalized witness list, they did not have that.
Okay.
That was furnished on me second, third day of trial. But like I said, I just want to, at the end of the day, to possibly get you.
So before you leave here today, you will tell me either I've got no witnesses I'm gonna call, or these are the witnesses who are not on this. You have the state's witness list with you, correct?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so you'll let me know by the end of the day, who you're gonna call, if you're gonna call anyone.
I'm gonna try to.
Okay, well, let me put it differently. If you don't, any name you don't give me by the end of the day today, you're probably not gonna be able to call because everyone is entitled to notice of who those witnesses are. And I gave you the deadline of this morning. I appreciate that because of choices you've made, it's more complicated for you to sort through that, but it will be end of day today. So before you leave and head out of here, that you'll need to commit, these are the witnesses I'm gonna call. You can always decommit. You can say, look, I'm gonna call these 4 guys, and you can change your mind and not, but everyone's entitled to spend the weekend figuring out what they can about these witnesses. And let me caveat in this way. If any of the witnesses is what we'd call an alibi witness, someone who would come in to say, Mr. Pritchett wasn't there that night, he was with me. I remember November 8th, 2019, and I was in Smyrna, and the guy was with me. You've missed the deadline for alibi witnesses. There are all sorts of laws surrounding that. Notice has to be given far, far, far in advance, and not just who they are, but what they're going to say. That this is the alibi. He was with me. We were bowling in Smyrna at 3 a.m. So just to manage your expectations, if the names you were going to drop on us were these guys are going to say I wasn't there, that's a deadline that has already passed. Not just for you, same for Mr. Robinson. If Ms. Mignot is going to say, hey, I just thought of a witness I want to call who's going to say that Tyrone Robinson was in Buford sleeping too late. Okay?
When was that? How come I didn't know that?
Because you're not a lawyer and you chose to represent yourself. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
Oh, that's right.
Let me give Brad.
Thank you. Actually, you're up first, Mr. Pritchett. It's if you're going to be doing cross-examination. Well, she's with her car right now. Oh, okay, great. So when she comes back, we'll get started. Great. We have a juror, this doesn't need to be on the record. We have a juror who got a flat tire in the garage and had called AAA and was going to need to take a break. It turns out that now is the time when AAA showed up. So when she gets back, we will start with Ms. Kalish.
Thank you.
Ms. Kalish, false alarm. We've got a juror who's dealing with a flat tire. So you should just be at ease. We'll bring you in here in a minute. I had forgotten about, I didn't know that the juror had stepped out. So Mr. Howes grabbed you, but if you just go back to wherever you were hanging out, we'll get you. Thank you.
I will use this time, Your Honor, to see if I can connect with Mr. Zimmerman. I attempted. But
You just be reachable because when we start up, we need you back. Go for it.
I gave you this cell number yesterday. I pulled it up and actually copied it. Yes, I did. No, Miss Minnell, I did. I pulled up Lawrence Zimmerman.
Plus, he's in the bar directory. This is not a state thing.
I said, I don't know if I spelled his name.
That's fine, I'm good.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You know?
Judge, should I have 2 seconds to?
As long as there's a prosecutor in here, we're good to go.
Ms. Monero and Mr. Pritchett. his arrest.
Is it?
Zero here. For O'Hare, not for Wednesday. He's coming.
And what is over want to be?
Just that he arrested Mr. Pritchett. And then when they go in to arrest him, it's inside the apartment.
Yeah, that wasn't. But those are not permission.
But what I'm saying is, it's just,
It's not. It's perjuration. It's not.
I'm not talking about the weapon, I'm just talking about this, it shows the inside and it shows the paintings and it shows that this is Ross Collins' house. The judge is gonna decide whether or not, we've got, I don't have any control of that, but but it has to do with the code. Yeah, I wanted you to know that I was doing it, so it was turned over in discovery.
Oh, I thought you had to, I'm sorry, I tell you that.
Yeah, of the arrest of Mr. Pritchett.
Right.
Remember that?
I do.
Okay.
How long was it?
It's 10 minutes and I'm not gonna play it all.
What are you going to play?
I'm gonna play the part where they made the entry and then the part where you can see the inside of the Second. Two.
I should say this title.
Yeah, there you go. So it's gonna be. I know it's gonna be all these. This is the actual. You can make it bigger.
Yes.
What's it?
This is 8 minutes.
That's not it.
Right. I had to see the thumbnail. I could just do it.
I changed. them. Yeah, that's not it.
Yeah.
No. Cute.
Okay, so did I hear you right? 1 to 2. Or
I'll
1
play,
to 7?
yeah, 1 to 22 seconds. And then. Show them. Give it 30. Wait. You have mine. 30.
Yeah. That's when you Google this. I had an option.
17.
Hey, it's Robert. I'm calling from the courtroom. Our phone works. That's kind of exciting. They had the. Yeah, they brought in one of the new ones with the color screen and everything. And it's good to have a phone in the courtroom. So we're live and I check our number. Thanks for answering.
Yes. No, I'm gonna go over to my car. I'll go.
We're good? Okay, excellent. All right, the jurors are ready. Mr. Hiles, take a seat, please.
That kind of morning.
Mr. Hiles, we need to do this during a different break. Can you get Ms. Kalish hemmed in this way, please?
I got it.
You got it? Great. Mr. Hiles, you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot, you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Pritchett, you ready? When the jury comes in, I'm going to ask you if you've got any questions for Ms. Kalish. You ready to go? Well, okay, I'm bringing the jurors in. Let's do it.
All right, Mr. Jurors. I'll do the first, count for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I understand someone has some tire woes. I'm grateful to whomever or whatever that it happened down here as opposed to close to home, but it sounds like whatever it is fixed. We're in a happier space.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you for making that happen. That's what we needed to do. When we broke yesterday, Ms. Kalish was on the stand and she's coming this way. Good morning, Ms. Kalish. She's going to return to the stand. She will remain under oath. And we had completed Ms. Mignot's cross-examination of Ms. Kalish. And so I'm going to now turn to the accused to see if he has any cross-examination questions for Ms. Kalish. And if he does, he should come on up to the podium.
How are you doing, Ms. Callis?
I'm well, thank you.
That's good. Can you just restate what is it that you're doing in life right now?
I'm a personal trainer in the morning and I am a waitress at a casual fine dining restaurant in the evening. And I also just completed my paralegal certification in December.
How many interviews did you have with detectives regarding this incident?
With detectives? I'm unsure.
Was it more than one? Was it?
I believe so.
Do you recall when the first interview was?
When I first was asked questions, I believe that was the same day I got arrested, November the 16th.
That was the day that you, I believe, willingly came in to get questions?
Correct.
Okay. And now you said you testified previously that in a portion or the first part of your interview, you were holding things back,
Correct.
and then in the second part, you took the opportunity to tell the truth, but you held back, identity of problems that you were, thinking about holding back, as far as one of the individuals that you say were with you.
Correct.
Um, that day that the incident occurred, was that the first time you were at that house?
Are you talking about Young Band's house?
No, excuse me, sorry. Was that your first time that you were at 1040 Wiley Street?
That was not my first time at 1040 Wiley Street.
What was the previous occasion that you were there?
2 years prior for a party.
So you were there 2 years ago for another party.
Correct.
Can you briefly just describe, the environment then, the atmosphere then of that party?
It was a party on a flyer that was sent around multiple high schools around my area. And it was high school people, a bunch of people, I would say maybe 30 plus.
Do you remember who threw that party?
I do not.
Okay. Was there any drugs in attendance of that party?
Just marijuana, I believe.
In 2019, were you currently using drugs?
I was.
What can you describe what your drug usage was like in 2019?
I'm sorry, what was that last
Describe
part?
what your drug usage was like in 2019.
Heavy, almost every day, marijuana, Percocet, Xanax, anything that I could find.
That day that you and Lauren arrived at Young Band's apartment, do you remember Lauren asking Young Band if he had any perks?
I don't remember that.
When you arrived there, how many individuals did you say were at that apartment?
Lauren, myself, you, Young Bands, and 2 other people, a male and a female that I do not know, and they weren't involved.
Was there any drug usage at Young Band's apartment?
I can't remember.
So in the car on the way to the apartment, you and Lauren had no discussion that you guys wanted some perks?
That's a very high possibility, but I'm unsure if I remember that exact conversation.
You know Young Bands as a rapper, correct?
Correct.
How many other rappers do you think you know?
At the time, I felt like I knew a good bit, but just hung out with them, never knew them to a personal level.
And according to your knowledge, you thought Bands and Rick were part of YSL?
I was not under the impression that it was YSL.
What impression?
I wasn't sure.
Did you think or not think that they were part of any gang?
I wasn't sure.
Do you recall in your first interview with Maldonado, oh, excuse me, sorry. Yes, in your first interview with Maldonado, do you recall stating that you never saw the males, but you heard suspects, but you never saw the males?
Correct.
Okay. Now pointing just to the part of the interview where you said you took the opportunity to tell the truth. Do you remember stating in that part of the interview, telling the detective that you found it weird that the guys you say you were with told you they did not want to enter the house because it was not their scene, so they stayed in the car?
Correct.
And the male Rick and the male that you say is Baby Slat, did you ever see those males enter 1040 Wiley Street?
I did not.
And the gentleman that you know as Rick and Baby Slat, did you ever see them leave 1040 Wiley Street?
I did not.
And when you were in there, you said you heard commotion, but you didn't actually see what was going on?
Correct.
So there's a possibility that the two males that were supposedly in that 1040 Wiley Street address could have been other males beside the male Rick and Baby Slat.
I'm unsure how to answer this. Yes, there's a possibility it could be somebody else.
And on the way to 1040 Wiley Street, did you ever see the males that you were with any firearms?
I didn't see any firearms on the way over there.
To kind of, get a picture of what the ride there or the ride back from 1040 Wiley Street looked like. Where were you sitting in the vehicle on the way to 1040 Wiley Street?
I can't remember.
I mean, you can't remember front or back or left or right, or like literally, I wasn't driving, but I was in the car.
Correct.
But you know you were in the car, you just don't know where you were sitting at in the car.
Correct.
And who was driving the vehicle?
I believe Lauren was driving the vehicle.
But you are unsure? Or because you said you believe, do you know for sure Lauren was driving the vehicle?
I don't know for sure. I would assume so because it's her car, but I don't want to say yes and not have it be accurate. I just can't remember for
Okay.
sure.
In your encounter with the gentleman that you know as Rick, do you remember seeing any tattoos on him?
I don't remember.
So you don't remember seeing any tattoos around his upper body, upper shoulder area?
I can't remember that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is this your first time participating in something like this?
Yes.
Do you know other individuals that might have participated in something like this?
I do.
Who are those individuals? Are they males, females?
I'm sorry. I think I'm not understanding the question.
You said you knew other individuals that participated in things like this, in what happened in this incident.
I'm
Like this,
sorry.
you're talking, by
About
this, you mean a home
Home
invasion?
invasion, armed robbery.
Oh, I'm
and-
sorry. No, but drugs, yes.
Okay. Um, Are you familiar with the YSL gang?
As in,
Are you familiar with the YSL gang?
I know of it. I don't know people in it.
So that entire night of in 2019, did you ever see the male that you know as Rick with a firearm?
Next to one,
You said he was next to a firearm. When was he next to one?
when everything was laid out on Ban's bed in his apartment.
And what was all laid out on the bed?
edibles, wax, the guns, the masks.
And that was it. That was all laid out. That you can recall. That was it.
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember the phone call at the end of your interview with Maldonado that you had with your mother?
Not well.
So do you know, according to what your belief is, do you know if you told her a lie or a truth, or both, or a mixture?
I can't recall the interview with my mom. I stopped it before I got on the phone with her.
Meaning when you were reviewing, like you talked with the jury about yesterday, when you got to that part of the interview, when you were talking with your mom on the phone, you stopped the interview.
Correct.
Okay, so you recall historically you had a conversation with your mom. That's nothing you've refreshed yourself with.
Correct.
So you testified that, to make sure it's correct, that you came over to Young Man's apartment to hook up with the people that were there, or Young Man's and the gentleman that you described as Rick.
Correct.
Did you and Rick have sex?
Not vaginally, but orally sex. Oral sex, yes.
Has Rick or anybody outside of Rick ever paid you for vaginal or oral sex?
No.
Do you know any male gang members? Do you know or associate as friends or whatever with any male gang members around that time in 2019?
Around 2019, correct.
Who?
I'm unsure how to answer that. I can't think of names right now. At the time, I thought there were only like Bloods, Crips, GD, but no divisions under that. I just thought the people that wore red were Blood, the people that wore blue were Crip. If I was hanging out with somebody that was wearing red, thought they were a Blood. If I hung out with somebody that was wearing blue, thought they were a Crip.
Okay. Do you know if Lauren and Young Bands had sex that night?
I don't know.
Okay. And you never performed any sexual favors for anybody for money or drugs?
Objection relevant.
Okay. I think you heard what I heard. So there's an objection to relevance. You also already asked her that. So let's move away from that topic, okay?
Okay, the relevance was just that
You already asked it once and she's answered it. So I'm ruling on asked and answered. In fact, your question was, just to be clear, you said, and she did say, and so the jurors will remember the answer. And I'm gonna ask you to move to a different topic now.
I just threw in drugs just to clarify. She
Okay.
said no to money. I just wanted to see if it was also a no to drugs.
Okay, well, aren't you for drugs either?
Not for drugs either.
Okay. On the day of the incident, when you went inside the house, did you participate in any of the drug uses at the party?
I'm sure I smoked some weed or ate an edible.
Did you personally take anything from 1040 Wiley Street?
Personally, no.
Did you know that Lauren took edibles from 1040 Wiley Street?
I did. May I actually say it was the THC wax, not the edibles that she took?
You may, and you have.
Sorry.
It's okay.
In your interview with Detective Maldonado, Did you ever mention the name Max?
Think I just said Rick.
Do you recall yesterday when you testified under the questions of Miss Mignot that you told her that you did say the name Max to Detective Maldonado? Do you remember confirming that to her that you did say that name?
I do not.
So the only names you mentioned to the detective in your first interview and the second interview were Rick, Slime, and Baby Slat.
I would have to clarify,
You can clarify.
like watch the video and clarify again. I don't want to make a false testimony.
I thought you were researched with your case and your interviews.
I watched them, but I can't remember every aspect of both 2-hour interviews. I apologize.
So do you remember the name that you mentioned in the interview? Do you remember all the names that you mentioned in that interview?
I'm sorry, may you ask that?
Do you remember all of the names that you mentioned to Detective Nat and Maldonado in their interview?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused on the question.
Do you recall from your review of the interview or views you had with Detective Maldonado, how many different names or nicknames or monikers you provided them as the names you understood the people you were with to have?
And just to clarify, I'm speaking directly about the people that you said were with you.
Okay. I remember saying slime. I remember saying there's something with a snake. I remember spelling out baby slat -1 T. I remember saying Rick Rare.
Before that question, you said Rick, and now you're saying you said Rick Rare.
I'm sorry, Rick Rare. There were multiple different names, correct?
So you remember that, do you recall, sorry, that the first time you said Rick was Rick Rare was after the detective showed you a photo of Rick Rare's Instagram?
I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
No further questions.
Mr. Hiles, do you feel a need to engage in any redirect examination?
Yeah, we'll clear a few things up from yesterday.
Okay. That means everyone else will do redirect or recross.
Understand.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Kalish, were you arrested? I mean, you're charged in this case.
I am.
And as a criminal defendant in this case, were you provided full discovery was the interviews, police reports, and everything associated with your prosecution.
With me, correct.
Okay. Was that turned over to your attorney?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The discovery, did you obtain that discovery through your attorney?
Correct.
And when you were asked yesterday if you were researching this case, were you referring to reading your discovery that was given to you as a criminal defendant?
Objection.
I,
Overruled. Did you understand the question?
I did.
Your answer is?
I was just watching my own stuff. Researching, no. Reviewing my stuff and what's going on with me, yes.
And I'm going to direct you back to State's Exhibit 25.
Something's wrong with the top monitor?
It's not.
Oh, sorry about that. Another part of this great setup. I can't see it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start asking questions while that's loading up. All right, do you remember the conversation yesterday that we had where I asked you to identify your Instagram target number?
Correct.
And I asked you also to interview and identify the Instagram target number of the 1,100 baby slapped.
Correct.
The conversation that is before you, you don't need to read, I'm not going to read the whole thing again. What date is the first message of that particular conversation?
I'm sorry, there's a
Oh,
thing.
yeah, stay mute.
Okay.
Thank you.
It says 11/9/2019 at 5:27 p.m.
Okay. And what is the number that sent that text message?
187542620.
And you see where my cursor is?
I do.
What does that message read?
Well, we need to sell that shit and get a big dinner because I need some crab legs stat.
What was the ID number associated with that?
187542620.
And the message directly after that, what did that say?
Just chill.
And what is the unique the target number that sent that message?
307-640912.
And the very last message in this text chain, what does that message say?
What's the word, baby slat?
Okay. And is that you sending that message?
It is.
Okay. Stop sharing real quick, and I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 29. These are what identified as the business records of 1,100 baby slap. Will you please read the, oh, I got it. It's taking a second to share. When it does share. Will you please read the target number associated with 1100 Baby Slat?
307-640912.
I'm going to stay within State's Exhibit 29. Now, inside that State's Exhibit 29, I am turning to the linked media label associated with the account. Staying inside the linked media of that same Instagram records, do you recognize the person depicted here?
It looks like the individual I know as Baby Slat.
Okay, and is that the Baby Slat that you were conversing with in that last set of text messages that we were talking about?
Correct.
Okay, and do you see that individual in court here today?
May I stand?
May.
I do.
Okay, will you please identify him by where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
To my right-hand side, in my point of view, wearing a gray suit.
Okay, and is that the same Baby Slat that you testified to rode to and from 1040 Wiley Street in Miss Riley's car?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was in that car when you left young Van's apartment to go to 1040 Wiley Street?
Myself, Lauren, Rick Ware, same person, and Baby Slat.
Okay. And do you see that person, Rick Rare or Rick, in this courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please identify him by what he is wearing and where he is sitting? And you may stand.
He is also sitting on the right side, in my point of view, of the courtroom, wearing a navy jacket and a black turtleneck.
Okay. And I'm sorry to be insensitive, we covered this briefly, but is that the individual that just questioned you?
It was.
Okay. And is that the same Rick that rode in that car with you?
It is.
Is that the same Rick that you testified to engaging in sexual acts with?
It is.
Okay. Now, you did testify, or did you testify that you actually did not see those two Baby Slat and Rick enter the party?
Correct.
Okay. But when you came to the party, did you have edibles, drugs, or anything of that nature?
We did not.
Okay. And did anybody else get in or out of Miss Riley's car? Or was anybody else riding in Miss Riley's car with you to and from that incident?
None other than the ones previously stated.
Okay. And when you got back to young Van's apartment, did you ever see any drugs, guns, or masks?
Yes.
Okay. And who was in possession of those drugs, guns, and masks?
At the time, I would say all of us, but we were all there.
Okay. And what okay, yeah. All right. I do want to, so I'm gonna do this with you real quick. Share this out. Again, for reference, this is inside the attached videos on the Instagram records of 1100 baby slaps. There appear to be music attached to that post.
There was music playing.
Okay, and who is the author of that music that's playing attached to that post?
Young bands.
Okay, so is your testimony that is not young bands pictured in the photo?
That is not young bands in the photo.
Is that consistent with an Instagram post sharing young band's music?
I'm sorry, may you reword that?
Is that where it says young bands, is that the album title of the music playing above? If you look at the
It's the artist of the song, correct?
okay, and what's the song?
Of course, it's blocked out by the way our system works, but, and I want to be clear, that's not intentional. It's just our glitchy system. There we go. That was not Mr. Hiles. It wasn't anyone else.
I'm sorry, it says partner in crime, PIC.
That's all that I have here.
Ms. Mignot, you have an opportunity to recross.
Good morning, Ms. Riley.
This is Ms. Callish.
I apologize. Good morning, Ms. Callish.
Good morning.
You just testified this morning that this is not the first time you had gone to the Wiley Street location.
Correct.
But as it pertains to robberies, you told Detective Maldonado that both you and Lauren were thinking about robbing another drug dealer by the name Maddie, correct?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Okay, you remember having a conversation with Detective Maldonado about Lauren suggesting that you all rob someone else?
She suggested that she wanted to rob somebody else, correct?
And who was the other person that you told Detective Maldonado in the videos that she wanted to rob?
I'm sorry, I said Mati, M-A-T-I.
Okay. So M-A-T-I is a drug dealer, correct? Based on what you told Detective Maldonado.
Correct.
And Lauren had suggested that you and Lauren set up a robbery of this drug dealer, Mati, M-A-T-I, right?
May you repeat the first part of that, please?
You and Lauren had a conversation that you shared with Detective Maldonado, correct? About robbery.
Correct, that she wanted to do that.
Okay. And you informed Detective Maldonado that you had decided that wasn't a good idea because Mati was a big drug dealer.
He had a lot of firearms.
And you were concerned about your safety because that person had arsenal, a weaponry, right?
Correct.
Now, so as it pertains to your testimony this morning, where you say, hey, this is the first time I've been to Wiley Street and the first time I've been to drug parties, but not any parties associated with guns, it would be a little bit different if you had shared that you had had conversations about robberies before, correct?
Correct, but that's not a party.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the layout. Based on the fact that you had been to the 1040 Wiley Street's address before, you were familiar with the layout of the house, right?
I had gone 2 years prior to the incident once.
Okay. And you had been there once, so you would know where the kitchen was the first time you went there, right?
I would say yes.
Okay. You would also know when you come in the door, whether that's a living room or a bedroom, right?
Correct.
So you would be familiar with the layout of the property inside, correct?
Not 100% thorough.
But somewhat familiar.
Somewhat familiar.
Now, you testified that you're not sure about gangs, especially YSL gang. You remember that this morning?
Correct.
And isn't it true that any information that you're providing as it pertains to YSL gang and who you think are members of that gang came from the information law enforcement provided to you?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Okay, so if you have no knowledge of the YSL gang prior to being arrested in this case, and now you are stating that you know my client as Baby Slat and as part of the YSL gang, you're getting that information from law enforcement that spoke to you about this case, right?
I'm kind of confused how to answer, but I think I understand what you're trying to say. I put Slat with blood. I didn't think they were deep gang members. I wasn't sure the YSL portion of that. I just thought gang in general.
And your thoughts have changed based on the information that you've received from Detective Maldonado and other investigators in this case, right?
I learned new information, correct?
That's my point.
Correct.
Now, you're testifying this morning that you saw firearms, correct?
After the fact.
And you originally stated that even after the fact, when you got back, you did not see any firearms. All you saw were drugs, right?
I'm sorry, I testified yesterday that I saw the masks, guns, and drugs.
That's my point. You just said that yesterday. But prior to yesterday, you told Detective Maldonado in your interview on November 16th of 2019 that when you got back to Young Band's apartment, that you had not seen any guns. Correct?
Correct.
So between that interview and yesterday is the first time we're hearing that you saw guns when you returned from the 1040 Wiley Street location, right?
Correct.
Now, counsel for the state, Mr. Hiles, showed you again State's Exhibit 25 and had you read off an Instagram target number.
Correct.
That is not a phone number, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't create the target number.
Correct.
And you don't know who created the target number.
Correct.
You don't even know if the target number is correct, right?
I'm unsure what a target number is in general.
Okay. So you're just reading what you're seeing on the image that the state is putting in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Now, as it pertains to the conversation that the state just read to you, where you said, we need to sell that shit and get a big dinner because I need some crab legs. It doesn't say anything about drugs, right?
Correct.
Doesn't say anything about a robbery, right?
Correct.
Doesn't say anything about guns.
Correct.
Doesn't say anything about, hey, that robbery we committed, I need my money from it now, right?
Correct.
In fact, This, how it's depicted in the state's exhibit, could be a conversation between you and Lauren, right?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
When you're looking at the screen, your name is not depicted on it, right?
Correct.
So we have to trust you that, yeah, this is my communication to someone, right?
Under those target numbers?
Yes.
Correct.
Now, council played looks like an Instagram post of the person that is depicted as the name that's depicted as 1100 Baby Slap in the exhibit that was just played for you.
Correct.
Now, in that video, it has the name Young Bands, right?
It does.
And it's wrong because Young Bands is not my client, Mr. Robinson.
I know.
Okay. So if you're looking at that, somebody has to say, hey, that's not Mr. Robinson.
Correct.
Also, the song that is playing is not Mr. Robinson singing, correct?
Correct.
And a post like that could be done by anyone, and any type of song could be posted.
Correct.
So if I posted, say, for example, a picture with the video of Bob Marley, it doesn't mean that I know Bob Marley, right?
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
You're welcome. Excuse me. Turning to the accused. Sir, do you have any recross?
You said that you didn't know where in the car you were sitting. You don't remember where.
Correct.
Do you remember rushing or running out of the house that night of out of 1040 Wilder Street?
I do.
And Lauren picked you up, correct?
Correct.
And you just don't remember what side of the car you got in.
I do not remember.
You mentioned you knew a gentleman by the name of Monty, correct? Monty.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
MATI, that man
MATI.
you're referring to?
Yes.
Correct.
And you mentioned that he had a lot of firearms.
Correct.
How were you aware of that?
When Lauren and I went over to his house, they were at his house.
Was he a gang member? Do you know?
I have no idea.
What colors did you see him wear? You said you classify gang members by the colors they wear.
I don't know if he was in a gang or anything.
Did he have any tattoos?
I can't remember.
No further questions.
Thank you. Jurors, time for your questions. If you would get them to Deputy Gordon. I'm going retro there. Deputy for a bunch of years. Not as good as Gordon. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be your morning break. Scheduling wise, we're going to have lunch at 1 today. It is a drug court graduation, which is a very happy event where some people who are in drug court, nothing to do with this case, accountability court, have completed 18 months or more, been sober for a bunch of months. And I have 2 participants of mine I've been working with for 2 years who are graduating as at 1:30. But I'm going to do that during your lunch so that we don't have to delay things. Be over in Assembly Hall. So we'll have lunch from 1 to 2 today. I'll be back before 2, so we can pick up. I just share that with you for planning purposes because it may be at 12:45. I need to eat. You will eat. It'll be at 1. So eat a lot of snacks now while we go over these questions. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. Mr. Hiles, Ms. Mignot, if you'll cluster over there by Mr. Pritchett, please. You got more? Here you go. Oh, yeah. Here you go. That's it. All right, let's try to get through these, please. Thank you. Question 48 reads, she didn't testify to having a conversation about Percocet in the car on the way to the party. How did the accused know this? I won't be asking that. Question 47 is an observation that Mr. Pritchett has something on his right leg. I won't be saying anything about that either. Just a sec. Other than that, do you have any objection to the remaining questions, Mr. Hiles?
They already flagged it. He thinks that is.
Ms. Mignot,
Like the same ones I had.
look at that alignment. Mr. Pritchett, yes, sir.
The only one was the one about the Percocet question. I want to clarify exactly how I knew it.
So you don't get to tell stuff to the jury in this case. You may know it from a report. You may know it because you were there. You may know it because someone else told you. It's okay, but it's just not something that the jury gets to answer. The jury could have, to switch it around, the jury could have said, how did Ms. Mignot know X, Y, and Z? No, that only a witness can answer something, and this witness isn't the right person to say how you knew something, how Ms. Mignot knew something, how Mr. Hiles knew something. So I understand you know the answer. You also know the answer to what's going on with your leg. That's just not something that this witness can share with the jury. Okay? Did you have objections to any of the other questions?
No.
Okay.
So, I mean, you couldn't clarify the jury rules.
Tell me what it's in. How did you learn that?
It's in, I'm not sure, I believe this is exhibit 23 or 24. Lauren's phone and Instagram extract, and it's specifically the message says between her and young man. She asks the band, do you have a perk club? Young man says yes, and he asks how many do you want? And
Okay, I'm remembering it now. So it's from either Instagram records or a phone extract.
from Lauren, and
Okay, from Ms. Riley.
young man said that he's gonna, upon their arrival, he's gonna tell the plug or the Percocets to pull up, and they're $1 a milligram.
Okay, got it. So that's your source for it. That's not something that I can share with the jury. It doesn't mean it's not in evidence. It just means that this witness didn't remember that. Okay?
It's just the jury, according to the question, you know, they're having observations about, like I said, how I may know that, and I want to clarify. I mean, but I was wondering if you can do it just, okay.
I can't. That's not my role. One way would be for you to choose to testify. Another way would be through some other witness. You might be able to share that with them and say, what's this? And I think it's something Ms. Riley actually already talked about some. But if you give a closing argument, you might say, ladies and gentlemen, you'll recall the text exchange between Young Bands and Lauren Riley, where Young Band said, hey, we'll have the plug for the Percocets there. That doesn't require you to testify at all. That's you making argument to the jury about something that's already in evidence. But it would need to come from you, but you don't get to share things with the jury in that way until closing. Okay? All right, let's bring the jurors back in, please.
That's one. So the immediate witness after this is going to be Officer O'Hare, and I don't want to bring up firearm if it's something that you're not going to let them tender.
Okay.
So is that something we can take up right now before we bring the jury?
Yes, this would be the time to do it. So tell me, use your last shot at making it relevant and not unduly prejudicial.
Understood. Each one of the witnesses / victims testified to a AR style pistol.
No, that's not correct. Some of the victims said AR style pistol. Some said gun, some said pistol, some said rifle.
Some said,
They're all over the map with what they said the gun or guns look like. Correct?
yes.
Okay.
Submachine gun, AR pistol, some said pistol.
Some said rifle.
Yes.
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 Okay.
So a rifle, this is both a pistol and a rifle style. It's got an extended buttstock. And it is the same gun that is depicted in the music video, Play Nasty, which you have already admitted.
You know it's the same gun because someone who was in the video who held it said that was the gun I was holding, or it looks like it?
It looks like it. You can see the same sight. You can see the same color of the gun. You can see the same style.
Okay. And who was holding the gun in the video?
Yeah, the person standing right next to Mr. Robinson.
Nothing to do with Mr. Pritchett.
Nope.
And yet the gun that you are trying to link, what you're actually linking to Mr. Pritchett's arrest, not Mr. Robinson's arrest.
Everybody was, it was covered in an area that this witness testified to guns, drugs being on the bed. And also, I believe JP Miller would testify to the fact that guns are shared at large amongst family members.
The gun that you think this looks like in the video is in the Guns Up video or the video filmed in Young Band's apartment?
Video filmed in Young Band's apartment.
Okay. Do you know when that video was filmed?
There is a date of published, there's a couple different dates, but it appears to be.
What's the earliest date published? Because it has to have been filmed before then.
In August
Of?
19.
Okay.
I don't
So
know the exact date. I don't want to cross that line.
you're not, but at least 3 months before, maybe almost 4 months before Mr. Pritchett was arrested, as you describe it, sneaking out of the apartment. And just so I'm fully clear on this, Mr. Pritchett didn't have the gun on him. It was in a backpack that a young lady who was not ultimately charged with anything in this case was carrying.
That's correct.
Okay, gun's not coming in.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Great. Anything else you want to clear up with O'Hare?
Cool. I want
I know you'll tell him that. Anything you want guidance from me on?
No, I don't want any guidance from you. I don't need any guidance on anything
Okay.
else. And,
Alright.
but I do just, I'm gonna step out, I'm gonna go get it myself and say, hey, we're not gonna talk about
Great. And you're not going to tender the gun. It's not going to come into the courtroom.
that. No.
Excellent. Okay. Ms. Mignot, anything else about the gun?
Nothing further from respondent.
Mr. Pritchett?
Mr. Robinson.
No, sir.
Nope. Okay. Then let's bring the jurors in, please. Thank you for flagging that.
Yeah.
All right, jurors. I'll go to the president of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. All right, Ms. Callis, a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
You were shown, at least today, I can't remember if also yesterday, a picture that you connected to Mr. Robinson that said Young Bands on it, and then someone pressed play and we even heard some music.
Correct.
I'm gonna call that the media, that I don't know whether that's an Instagram or a Vine or a what. That media, Vine was probably before your time, but that media, is that something you ever received? Like it was on your phone or your account?
No,
Had you seen it before today?
no.
Turning to 1040 Wiley and the evening, early morning of November 8th, 2019. How long would you estimate you were in 1040 Wiley that night? Best ballpark.
I would say ballpark 30 minutes, but I like to base it off of me being able to find something to roll marijuana with, sitting down, breaking that open, clearing that out, refilling it, and using the restroom.
Did you use the restroom? Was part of the operation you were doing with the tobacco or marijuana, was that in the restroom, or there were two separate things? You did all those things, then you went to the restroom?
We were sitting at the couch, and then that's when I got up to use the restroom, but that's where the rolling activity was taking place.
At couch or restroom?
The couch.
Okay, and who's the we who was sitting at the couch?
I remember an Asian man sitting near me, and I can't recall the rest, but the a good amount of the people that were at the party were in that room.
Okay. When you left 1040 Wiley, were people like you just described, I'm gonna call them the party goers, were they still inside 1040 Wiley?
They were.
Trying to ask these in kind of a bit of an order. Do you remember anything about what the two males who rode with you and Lauren to 1040 Wiley were wearing that night? Not in Young Band's apartment, but en route to 1040 Wiley, what they had on?
I do not. Specifics are a little hard due to my impairment.
When you say your impairment, meaning?
My lorazepam.
When you were in the bathroom during the home invasion, did you recognize any of the voices yelling at people to get on the floor?
I don't recognize the voices, just male aggression.
Do you recall if either of the two men who were in the car with you that went to 1040 Wiley Street had gloves on at any point?
I do not recall.
Do you recall gloves being part of what was laid out on the bed back at Young Band's when people were looking at the hall?
I can't remember if gloves were there.
Okay. Before you met with the police on November 16th, before November 16th, 2019, did you know Rick Rare's real name?
I did not.
Did you know Baby Slat's real name?
I did not.
Did at any point when you were driving home is the wrong phrase, when you and Ms. Riley and the two men were heading back from 1040 to Young Band's apartment, did anyone discuss what had just happened at 1040 Wiley?
There was discussion about it.
What was that discussion? Who said what, as best you recall?
I recall Rick asking if I got hit. At that point, I kind of knew it was way really bad than what it was. He asked if I got hit, and then.
And you took hit to mean like someone was hitting on you, or
No,
hit like struck?
Like struck.
Okay.
There was some talk about a physical altercation, like fists. And then when I had walked out of the door, I saw blood on the floor.
At Young Band's or
No,
at 10?
I'm sorry, at 1040 Wiley Street.
Got it. Inside the house or outside?
Inside.
Okay. And are you able to attribute to either the person you're calling Baby Slat or the person you're calling Rick Rare any of the comments of, I hit someone or I had to fight with someone?
I don't remember who said they were hitting somebody. I remember Rick Ware asking if he hit me during the robbery.
Not just did you get hit, but did I hit you?
Correct.
Was there any discussion in the car on the way back to young Van's apartment about what was taken?
I believe we all understood that edibles and it was just marijuana products.
Did you, while everyone was driving back to young Van's apartment, see anyone in Ms. Riley's car throwing things out of the car?
Correct. Gentlemen Rick Ware and Baby Slat proceeded to throw the wallets, phones out of the car, including mine.
Including your wallet?
Including my phone.
Your phone?
Correct.
How did it come to be that either Rick Ware or Baby Slat had your phone?
It was left in the car for Lauren and the gentleman, Rick Ware and Baby Slat, to communicate.
Was there any discussion by either Rick Ware or Baby Slat about why they were throwing these things out of Ms. Riley's car?
To not have it on our people, the wallets and phones.
Okay. Those were the words that were used, or that's how you're distilling it?
That's how I'm distilling it. I
Okay.
apologize. No, I don't remember specific words.
Okay, but words to that effect.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall any clothing or accessories, things you would wear that were taken from people at 1040 Wiley that ended up displayed on that bed at Young Van's?
I know there were shoes, but I cannot recall what they looked like.
Are you able to say high heel versus?
A sneaker shoe looked almost like an Air Force One from Nike, but unsure if it was that shoe.
Okay. When all of the proceeds from 1040 Wiley were spread out on that bed in Young Van's apartment, who was in the room looking at the stuff and spreading it out?
Rick Ware, Baby Slat, Lauren, myself, and Young Bands.
So Young Van's was at his place when you all got back?
Correct.
Explain to the jurors, as best you recall, why the person you knew as Baby Slat was called in to participate in the home invasion instead of the people who were already at the apartment or some other people.
I'm sorry, asking why Baby Slat was called instead of proceeding with the people that were already there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was unsure why they were calling somebody else. They, as in Young Bands and Rick, both were calling people. Unsure who. The first person did not answer. Then they said, called another person, said Baby Slat's on the way. He never introduced himself as Baby Slat, but it was announced that Baby Slat is on the way.
And did the person you know to be Baby Slat actually come up into Young Van's apartment? Or did you meet him downstairs getting into Ms. Riley's car?
He came up into the apartment.
I can't remember if you were shown a communication from Ms. Riley that had ring cam video on it from 1040 Wiley. Is that something that one of the lawyers shared with you during your testimony?
I believe I've seen the picture. Was it sent from Miss Riley?
Well, that's my question is, how did you or Ms. Riley get ring cam video from 10? It's the juror's question. How did you or Ms. Riley get ring cam video from 1040 Wiley Street?
I believe it was sent to Lauren via Chris Riggs. Then Lauren sent it to my phone.
you explained to the jurors during some of your answers that you were reluctant to use the name Slat, baby Slat, to identify the second male who was with you and Ms. Riley that night because you were afraid. Were you not afraid of Rick Rare because you seemed to be more willing to use that name?
I don't think there was a specific reason. I was just not forthcoming with full information.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for Ms. Kalish based on what she just discussed?
One question. You said that your phone got thrown out the window. Were you able to get your phone back?
I did.
Okay, how did you get it back?
I said my phone was just thrown out of the window, stopped the car, picked it up. It was the first one I picked up. I remember it had a Chucky wallpaper on it, like the doll Chucky.
That's it. One question. Ms. Mignot, you are not limited to one, but if you have any questions based on the jurors' questions, now is the time.
Your testimony a few seconds ago was the person never introduced himself as Baby Slat. That's the person you said they called the second phone call they made, right?
Correct.
So the only time you ever identified that person as Baby Slat is a third person said that's Baby Slat.
Correct. But then when I spoke to him, he answered to Baby Slat.
So you're calling the person Baby Slat, they never said, that's not my name.
Correct.
And that's the only reason you're saying, they never said, hey, I'm Baby Slat.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
And to the accused, sir, do you have any follow-up for Ms. Kalish based on the jurors' questions?
Do you remember your interview with non-denial where you stated twice that when you were in the car on the ride back from a location at 1040 Wiley Street, that you didn't see anything happening afterwards, you didn't ask?
Which interview was this?
This was the second one where you committed to taking the opportunity to tell the truth. The first, I'll go in order. The first instance where he asked what happened after the incident in the car. The first statement from you was, on the ride back, it was quiet and you listened to music on the ride back from the party. How was your first? Do you recall stating that?
I do.
You call him second, I believe he went back to that same topic of what happened after the party in the vehicle. You stated and made clear that you did not see anything happening afterwards, you didn't ask.
Correct.
You stated previously in your testimony that what was laid out on the bed of young man's apartment were the edibles, the weed, and the firearms and masks. And then now you're stating that you recall shoes being on that bed also. Which one is it?
I'm sorry, I don't recall the shoes being on the bed, but I do recall them being taken. I feel like that could be information that I received after the court case.
So you're inferring that shoes were taken after you heard about the court case blowing up basically. That's when you inferred something more than what you've seen on the bed was taken. After the court case blew up and you were able to do your research.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Callis, thank you for coming back today. You are free to step down. Mr. Hiles, next witness.
Safe call, Stephen O'Hare.
Morning, sir. Right.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. You may have a seat. You say, spell your name, correct?
Stephen O'Hare, Stephen O'Hare.
Morning.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I am employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
I'm in my 32nd year.
And what capacity, what's your role inside the police department?
I am an investigator. I'm assigned to the fugitive unit, which I've been assigned to for roughly 10 years.
Okay. What is the fugitive unit?
Fugitive unit, basically our responsibilities include locating, apprehending violent offenders who detectives for our various units, such as like homicide, robbery, ag assault, our sex crimes unit. They'll investigate crimes, obtain warrants for individuals, and they'll assign them to us to go locate them.
Okay. Were you assigned fugitives Max Pritchett and Tyrone Robinson to locate?
I was.
Okay. So how does this assignment process work?
So the investigators who obtain the warrants will bring what's called a fugitive package to our office. That'll include stuff such as the arrest warrants, criminal history of the individual, a photograph, the actual police report for the incident, and the investigative reports attached to that. And basically these files will be assigned to various detectives. If there are multiple suspect cases, the same detective will typically get all the suspects involved in that actual investigation.
Okay. So is it your testimony that it is your job to find wanted suspects after other divisions take out arrest warrants?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's start with Tyrone Robinson. Did you ever were you assigned Tyrone Robinson's file?
I was.
Okay, and who assigned it to you?
It would have been one of the supervisors. I can't tell you specifically at the time.
All right, who was the lead investigator? Do you remember that?
For the actual case itself,
Yes, for the underlying case.
that'd be Detective Carlos Maldonado.
Okay. And did you arrest Tyrone Robinson?
I did.
Okay, and did you do so yourself?
Myself, along with members of the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit.
Okay. And what date was that arrest made? Do you recall?
December 6th, 2019.
Okay. And did you get any property off the person of Mr. Tyrone Robinson?
I did. We recovered a iPhone SE.
Okay. An iPhone SE?
Correct.
Okay. And did you turn that iPhone SE into the armed robbery division of Atlanta Police Department?
I did personally.
Okay. And let's turn to Mr. Max Pritchett. Did you yourself arrest Mr. Max Pritchett?
Similar to Mr. Robinson, it was myself along with members of the fugitive unit.
Okay. And where did you arrest Mr. Max Pritchett?
We arrested him at 199 14th Street. I think it's the Mayflower condominiums. And he was arrested on the 22nd floor, directly adjacent to apartment 2202, I believe it was.
Okay. And when you originally went to the 199 14th Street, what was your purpose of going there that day originally?
As the lead investigator, I was basically trying to confirm some information related to the location as far as whether or not Mr. Pritchett was there. At the time, I was in plainclothes, interviewing members of leasing, trying to gain some information. So as things unfolded, I was able to determine that I reasonably believed that he was there. So at that point, I contacted members of the fugitive unit, but my role at that point was in plainclothes, basically still gaining information, but also watching the front entrance to make sure that he did not walk out.
Okay. And so did you go there to essentially scout or looking for intel?
That's correct.
Okay, and did it quickly turn to an arrest situation?
That's correct. It ended up turning into an apprehension.
Did you participate in the arrest?
Not physically. I was on scene, but I was back behind the stack as they were. The stack is basically what we call a group of individuals that are rolling up to an apartment to effect an arrest such as this. So I was back behind them in a support role.
Okay.
The case agent's on scene to interview people, to do anything that is assisting and attempting to locate an individual.
Okay. But did you determine an apartment number that was relevant?
I did.
Okay. And did you make entry into that apartment?
I did not physically make entry into it. I was towards the front door.
Okay, great. So were you wearing body camera that day?
I was not.
Okay. And did you, in that stack, were you standing behind or with an officer by the name of Carlos Smith?
I was.
Okay. And as you were with Carlos Smith, were you able to view the events in real time as they unfolded?
I was.
Okay. And I'm showing you what has now been marked in State's Exhibit 33. How do you recognize that?
It is a zip file that contains the body camera footage from Detective Carlos Smith.
Okay. And were you actually present on some of that body camera footage?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events of that day that you were present for as they unfolded?
It was.
Okay. And have you reviewed that in its entirety?
I have.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would tender State's Exhibit 33, body camera footage from the arrest of Max Pritchett from Officer Carlos Smith's body cam footage.
All right. Ms. Mignot, any objection to States 33?
I don't think I have a proper foundation. It sounds like this is for someone else, another officer's footage?
Okay, it is, but based on the questions Mr. Hiles has asked and the answers that Investigator O'Hare has given, much like he doesn't have to be the photographer of a still photo, I find that there is a sufficient foundation for States 33 to be admitted. But you're exactly right. This is not Investigator O'Hare's body camera. Either he didn't have one on him or his wasn't on, is what I understand his testimony to be.
Okay. And this was what date, Your Honor?
33?
No, date.
What date did you arrest Mr. Pritchett on?
This would have been November 22nd, 2019.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any objection to the admission of States 33?
Other than I haven't received this reference.
Okay, meaning you personally haven't received it as opposed to your prior defense team. Noted.
I have no knowledge my defense team reads.
Okay, you may not. I'll admit 33.
And for the record, this was shown to both the accused as well as Ms. Mignot during the first break.
Okay.
And Officer O'Hare, please tell the jury why you were not wearing a body camera that day.
As I previously stated, my role initially was obviously I was not going there to present myself as a police officer to the general public. I was trying to maintain some cover of just not being notified as a law enforcement officer. And as things evolved, I didn't have time to actually get my body camera.
So you weren't wearing that shirt that says Atlanta Police Fugitive on the back?
I was not. Your Honor.
Okay, good choice.
The apartment y'all arrested Mr. Pritchett at, were you ever to determine who it belonged to?
It was being rented, or subletted. I could never, I can't remember at this time, but I do know, it was being subletted at least, I believe, to Voss Coleman.
Voss Coleman?
Yes.
Do you know Voss Coleman by any other names?
Offhand, I do not. It's been several years. I would have probably back then.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but for you to see it, you're gonna have to turn around and apologize. It's not gonna be displayed. What is the date displayed at the top left-hand side of the top right of the screen?
That would be November 22nd, 2019.
And I'm gonna play the beginning for about just over 20 seconds. Now, would that be yourself coming out?
That would be.
Okay. And did you ever put on a vest to participate in this?
I did, as the team made entry. I went to my car and retrieved my vest. Unfortunately, my body camera was not on it at the time.
Okay. Now I'm gonna fast forward to 7:43.
You got two doors, it's open, both open, okay?
Close as I can.
Yo, we do? Yeah. Clear? Alright. Find the door straight? Yep, check it out. Alright, here you go.
Sorry, I'm gonna just.
Yeah. Clear? Alright. Find the door straight? Yep, check it out. Alright, here you go. Alright. We good? Coming out. Good. I got it. Alright, dogs. So this one's involved. Everybody flip the other. Alright, let's go back. I got left, I got left. Hey, who with me? Come on. I got left. Step up. Step up, step up. Alright, real quick. Yeah, I hold right there, yep. Okay.
I know whenever I pause on this, do you recognize the poster or that painting that's on the wall?
I do.
Okay, and who is that painting on the wall of?
Appears to be Voss Coleman.
Hey, don't wrap around. There's no wall here. You know, play straight real quick.
And do you see Max Pritchett in court here today?
I do.
Okay. Could you please stand and identify Max Pritchett by where he is sitting and what he is wearing?
Pritchett is over to my right, wearing a blue blazer with a mask, light blue mask over his face.
Okay, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant Max Pritchett.
Yes.
Okay, and is that the same Max Pritchett that you arrested inside of Boss Coleman's apartment?
Coming out of the apartment, yes.
Coming out of the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Tyrone Robinson in court today?
I believe I just saw him over the computer
Would you
screen.
please stand and identify him?
Standing straight ahead or sitting straight ahead next to the young lady in green wearing the gray blazer.
Okay, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant Tyrone Robinson.
Yes.
Okay, and is that the same Tyrone Robinson that you arrested in relation to this particular case?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot, do you have any questions for Investigator O'Hare?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Investigator O'Hare.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Marcia Mignon. I represent Mr. Robinson. As it pertains to the fugitive squad, your duties are to go pick up people who warrants are issued for, correct?
Correct.
And the name fugitive does not necessarily mean that someone's on the run, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes a warrant is issued for a person and they're not even aware that the warrant was issued.
That's correct.
As it pertains to notifying someone, sometimes you can notify the person, hey, there's a warrant, and the person comes in, now you don't have to go out, right?
We do that sometimes, correct.
Now, as it pertains to this video, you did not find any yellow sneakers associated with the Wiley Street robbery, correct?
I was looking for basically an individual. I wasn't looking for yellow sneakers, so I did not.
Okay. You didn't find any marijuana wax that you could connect to the Wiley Street?
I did not, no.
You didn't find any guns that were connected to the Wiley Street incident?
Which location?
This high rise that we're looking at, the video council just showed you, states 23.
You're free to answer that question.
So repeat the question for me.
Okay,
So I'm clear.
so when you went to this location, sir, did you find anything that you gathered that you said, hey, this is connected to the Wiley Street robbery? This is what came from the Wiley Street robbery.
That's a different question than you asked, which is fine. And so you should feel free to ask that and to answer that.
So am I free to answer either question?
No, she has withdrawn the previous question about
Correct.
guns. And so now the question is, was there anything that you were able to say, oh, I can tell that came from the Wiley Street robbery?
Yes, Your Honor. No, I did not locate it.
Okay, thank you, sir. As it pertains to States Exhibit 33, this property does not belong or is not owned by my client, Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
This property, Mr. Robinson, my client, does not live at this property that we just saw in the video.
As far as I know, that's correct.
My client was not present at the property on November the 22nd, 2019, in that video that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing connecting my client to that property on the day you went there, November the 22nd, 2019.
That's
Correct.
correct.
So that clip that we just looked at in States Exhibit 33 has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Robinson or Mr. Robinson being taken into custody, correct?
On the 22nd, that's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Investigator O'Hare?
No, sir.
All right, any redirect?
in regards to a question posed back. Well, no redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions from the jurors? Seeing no cards? Yes, it's fine. I don't want to misread you. You guys are kind of stealth question writers. Like, I had no questions, and then. I couldn't remember when we did those. You stayed out here for the, okay. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to step outside for a quick moment. We are going to have a break after we're done with Investigator O'Hare, because I need to give several people here a break. But this is a mini one, so go back there, don't talk about the case, and we'll get you right back in. It's not a whole bunch of questions. Mr. Haas?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm thinking about that.
We're about to get one. Okay, so Mr. Hiles, because of the poor setup in my courtroom, I can't see the videos very well that play just on that screen. I'll work to fix that another time. Did the segment of the video that you played show what you described to me about 3 people sneaking out and women flaring away from Mr. Pritchett?
I didn't play that segment of the video.
Okay, so the jury has right now no information that there were other people temporarily detained at the time Mr. Pritchett was taken into custody.
They do not.
Okay, all right. Ms. Mignot, I don't mean this critically, I'm just observing you created some confusion by asking a question about guns, and everyone got tense, and then now clearly the jurors want to know about it. My inclination is to limit the follow-up for Investigator O'Hare simply to whether he at any point recovered anything in connection with the robbery. That's one of the questions, not just when you got Mr. Pritchett, but were there other times when Investigator O'Hare was working on this case and recovered anything in connection with the robbery? Answer being no, he's on the fugitive squad. That's not what he does. But I think that's a legitimate question, so I intend to ask that. I don't intend to ask anything about the firearms. Do you have any objection to that?
No, because I was gonna ask for the firearm questions to be excluded.
Okay, you realize how close you got to opening that door.
I wanted to focus, because I want to make the record clear. I wanted to focus on the fact that Mr. Robinson is not in this arrest video, is not part of this arrest video, and that nothing connected to the Wiley Street robbery, such as any guns that were used at the Wiley Street robbery.
But we don't know that. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, we don't need to litigate this because you step back from it, but just my thought is if you ask for things to be excluded, you should stay super far away from them when you're asking, because I think there's a good faith argument to be made that the gun that was recovered from the young lady who peeled away from Mr. Pritchett could be circumstantially connected to the robbery. That's the state's theory, but I told them to stay away from it. Just going forward, if you say, please keep something out, I need you to then not dance too closely to it, because I said it should stay out. And now the jurors, wait, what about guns? But we're not going to go there.
Understood.
Great. Mr. Pritchett, any objection to excluding the 2 questions about guns and asking the 1 question about whether Investigator O'Hare at any point during his work on the case identified anything associated with the Wiley Street robbery. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Let's bring the jurors in, please. Normally, we don't talk about the questions right in front of you. Different setting. All right, everyone else can be seated. Investigator O'Hare, did you at any point in your work on this case, which sounds like was limited to fugitive work, but at any point, did you come across anything that you had reason to believe was proceeds from the alleged armed robbery home invasion at Wiley Street?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up to that, Mr. Highlands?
Were you looking for anything, or were you just looking for arrests?
I was looking for the body, the individual.
Meaning Robinson at one point and Pritchett at another point?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry,
Okay.
I wasn't clear on that.
That's all right, not a dead body.
No.
All right, okay. Ms. Mignard, do you have any follow-up for Investigator O'Hare?
Just so you were not looking for Mr. Robinson at that location, correct?
That day,
Yes,
we were looking for both of them.
okay, and you found Mr. Pritchett,
Correct.
and Mr. Robinson was not there.
He was not there that day.
Thank you, sir.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any follow-up for Investigator O'Hare?
You had a warrant to look for that body, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Pritchard, yeah, the mask maybe.
Did you have a warrant at the time to look for that body?
I did.
The warrant shown to the body of the individual?
At what point? I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding your question.
When you had him in custody or any point?
You talking about yourself?
Yes.
To be truthful, it's been so long. I'm sure we showed you the warrant at some point. I can't tell you for a fact. I know at some point you were made aware that you had an active warrant for your arrest.
Don't know. No further question.
Just for standard operating procedure, if you and a fugitive squad are taking someone into custody, you obviously explain who you are, but is it standard to say, and here's a copy of your warrant, or is that the detective for whom you were doing the work, or that's just not part of your SOP?
We will not physically actually show them a copy of the warrant. We'll advise them what they're being taken into custody for. And typically involving cases such as this, they'll be transported to headquarters. We allow the detective at that point to start reviewing stuff with the case.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief break. I know you've had lots of brief breaks, but that's just sort of how the ebb and flow is with your questions and the witnesses. But I need to make sure that the lawyers and the court reporter get a break. We worked through your morning break on a couple things. So 5-6 minutes, you'll know, because Deputy Gordon will try to corral you all. And again, we're going to break for lunch around 1. I promise we'll break for lunch, but it'll be around 1. This isn't the lunch break, but feel free to eat all the snacks you want. And if you're ever running low on anything that we normally stock, like don't say I need Cadbury chocolate, that's not naturally back there, but whatever's been back there, we ought to be able to get more, not necessarily strawberry Nutri-Grain bars. If the set they bring, we get them from Central Command, we may get apple next, but we'll restock what we can. All right. I don't think I mentioned the K-Cup B type machine. That's for you as well. I don't know what kind of things we stock, but if you want to bring your own K-Cup in, that will get through security and you go crazy with your own K-Cups. Okay. Don't talk about the case. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sure.
You almost got the gun in after all. Who's your next witness so we can be preparing during the break?
Out loud.
All right. People know what's coming. Anything from the state before we break?
How long will lunch be? Because I had a witness coming at 1 that I do not want to come till, I'm gonna tell you, I don't want to wait as long.
So two things. I can't imagine we'll be done with Maldonado before we break for lunch. But I hope to have us start up at 2. I will leave drug court graduation. I've asked to have my graduates go first, so that I can celebrate their success and the other judges can do the others. So I would have your person here no earlier than 2, but probably not later than 2:30.
2:20.
That's right within the zone of safety. Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson before we take a quick break?
No, you're right.
All right, and Mr. Pritchett? All right, see everyone in a minute or 2. All right, Ms. Rivers, you ready to get on the record? We are back on the record in State versus Pritchett and Robinson. Mr. Hiles, are you ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Mignot, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Pritchett?
Yes.
Great. Let's see if the jurors are ready. I bet they are.
All rise for the jurors. All jurors present accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the state's presentation of its case. Your next witness, Mr. Hiles, is.
State called Carlos Maldonado, investigator of the city of Atlanta.
All right, Detective, come on up, please. And good afternoon.
Yeah. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I am.
You don't have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Carlos Maldonado. Carlos is Carlos, and Maldonado is Maldonado.
All right, Mr. Maldonado, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department, as well as the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And what is your capacity at City of Atlanta Police Department?
My capacity at the City of Atlanta Police Department is a sergeant in the aggravated assault unit.
Okay. And where were you, or how long have you been in that unit?
I've been with this unit since summer of 2021.
Okay. And how long have you been employed at City of Atlanta Police Department?
And I've been with the City of Atlanta Police Department. It'll be 12 years this coming August.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
I am.
Okay. And have you been post-certified the entirety of your employment with the City of Atlanta?
I have.
Okay. Where were you employed, or where were you positioned inside the department on November 8th, 2019?
On November 8th, 2019, I was assigned to the robbery unit with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And what were your duties inside the robbery unit?
With the robbery unit, at the time of its structure, we investigated all armed robberies within the City of Atlanta, as well as all bank robberies, regardless of whether a weapon was used or not.
Okay. How long did you spend in the armed robbery unit?
I was promoted in 2018, and I left in probably about a year and a half.
Okay. Why did you leave the armed robbery unit?
I was transferred to the homicide unit.
All right. Were you ever assigned a case that occurred on November 8th, 2019 at 1040 Wiley Street?
I was.
Okay. And how did you come to have that case assigned to you?
The way cases come into the robbery unit is there's a rotation. Essentially, the first detective gets assigned a case and the next one goes. So it's pretty much balanced out for workload to make sure the detective can adequately spend time on each case. And so the next case that I was due was this case, which occurred at 1040 Wiley Street.
Okay. Do you recall what day you were assigned the case?
I believe it was November 11th of 2019.
Okay. You sure?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do when you're assigned a case?
So the first thing I do as a detective is to read the incident report. The responding officer that answers the 911 call writes a report based on their observations of what they saw at the case. In this case, because of the severity of a crime, overnight detective, in this case, because of the hours of when the crime occurred, responds, and does some preliminary information that the detective would normally do if the incident occurred during daytime hours when the robbery unit actually works. So not only did I read the incident report of the responding officer, but I read some of the notes of the responding detective and reviewed body camera footage of responding officers. And then after that, my goal was to speak to the actual victims of the crime. There were questions that may not necessarily have been asked by the responding detective or officer that I wanted to ask and see if there's anything, even the smallest detail that they could offer that could potentially point me in a direction for this case.
All right. So what were you told initially by the responding officers, or how were you, prepared for this investigation?
Sure. All the information that I received from the responding officer was from the incident report, which was generated by that responding officer.
Okay. And so when you picked up this investigation, what was your first move?
Sure. My first move was to reach out to all the victims in this case. In this case, there were 7 victims, to get their firsthand recollection of events and see if there's anything they could offer that could assist me in my investigation.
Okay. And were you able to talk about all of the victims or talk with all the victims in this case?
I was not all of them.
Okay. Eventually, did you speak with them?
There were 2 that I never had the opportunity to speak.
Okay. And who were those 2?
It was going to be a Mr. Buckingham and a Mr. Walker.
Okay. Now, what was the first break that you had in this case?
Sure. There were 2 of the victims in this case that I spoke with that offered information that really gave me a lead to follow up on. I was speaking with Mr. Hooper, and he gave me a rundown of the events that happened. But there was one question at the end of the interview that I asked him that led me into a direction to follow. I asked him if there was anything that I didn't ask him that he thought could be helpful in my investigation, and he said that there was. He said that there were 2 girls that arrived at the party, but it was interesting because he knew one of them. He stated that he wasn't sure of her name, but that he went to Milton High School and she was a year younger than him, and she attended the school.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. You're doing great, but so just will you give an outline of the facts as you understood them as you were beginning this investigation, so you can further explain why you made each move?
For sure. So according to the victims, they were at a house party at the address at 1040 Wiley Street. The incident location was an Airbnb. The various victims were from all over the place. You had victims from Atlanta, victims from California, victims from North Carolina, and the person who rented the Airbnb, Mr. Riggs, rented this so that everyone could come together and hang out because they hadn't seen each other in a while. The victim stated that—
Your Honor, it appears that this witness is reading from a document throughout his testimony, and I would object to that.
Okay, so detective, if there is something that you're using to refresh your recollection, number one, everyone, not the jurors necessarily, but it's not a problem if they do, but the lawyers need to know what you've got in front of you. And if you do need to, then so the record's clear, you need to let us know when you're pausing to refresh your recollection with whatever it is in front of you. So let's start by having Mr. Hiles make a record of what's in front of Investigator Maldonado, if you want something to be in front of him.
Okay, so Investigator Maldonado, were you reading from your report?
I was not.
Okay. For your assistants, do you have a copy of your report in the case notes you made from that report, should you need to refresh your recollection?
Yes, it is in front of me, but I have not read from it.
So until you need that report to refresh your recollection, could you please set that off to the side?
Yes.
And you will get it if we need it again.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Hiles. You may continue.
Okay. I guess.
Sure.
Explaining the facts as you understood them when you
Yes.
started investigating.
The incident location at 1040 Wiley Street was actually an Airbnb that was rented by an individual, Mr. Riggs, who was trying to get a place so everyone could come together to hang out because they hadn't seen each other in an extended period of time. That incident location was at 1040 Wiley Street. The individuals were having a party that started going towards the early morning hours. The party, according to their testimony, or so their account to me, was that it was starting to wind down at the end of the night. It was about 1:30 in the morning when 2 white females came to the party, and it seemed as if no one knew who actually invited these people to the party. They came inside, and while everyone in the party was interacting amongst themselves, these 2 females appeared to be more interested in the house itself. According to the victim's accounts, they were going to, just kind of walking into the kitchen, walking into a different room, and one of them asked to see upstairs. All the victims in the party were located downstairs, with the exception of Mr. Riggs, who had walked upstairs because he said the party was already starting to wind down. At that point in time, the victim stated that one of the females just left the party. The victim, Mr. Carmody, said that he saw one of the females, as soon as she exited the house, took off in a dead sprint down the street. And he thought that it was weird, but didn't really pay any sort of paying mind or attention to that. Shortly thereafter, two masked gunmen came into the party. They came in with firearms drawn and ordered everyone to get on the ground. There was one victim, his name is Mr. Gattani, who was acting as a DJ for the party. They immediately came to him and were shouting, "Where is the money?" And one person took a pistol, which is more of like a rifle platform, kind of like a mini Draco or a mini AK-47, if you're familiar with what that is, and pistol whipped him in the head. He stated that the force was so much that it knocked him down onto the couch. Then he was repeatedly asked, "Where's the money?" searched, and then hit multiple times again. While one of the gunmen was doing this, the other then went upstairs to where Mr. Riggs was located.
I'm gonna stop you there. I appreciate your summary. So when you began, you knew that you were investigating, you had the facts of a home invasion style robbery.
Yes.
Okay. And what evidence did you begin to collect?
So the evidence that I began to collect was the statements from the victims.
Okay.
And then my goal was to try and locate who these females were and attempt to speak with them. Because after I received some video footage from the overnight responding detectives of a Ring camera, which is right outside of the Airbnb, we could see that the time frame between the females arriving to the party, the one departing, and the two gunmen coming into the party was a very small amount of time. And at the time, I wasn't exactly sure if the females had involvement, but I wanted to speak with them to see if I could figure out if they did or if they didn't, to confirm or dispel that notion.
Okay. And if you turn your attention to the screen in front of you, I'm going to be
You should press the little button that says
Gotcha.
stay muted.
Is it a touchscreen?
It is a touch screen.
Okay.
I wouldn't ask you to touch it. It's
Sure.
a button.
I didn't know if there was a mouse.
It's gonna shock you.
So I'm gonna show you footage that's been marked as State's Exhibit 22, and I'm going to play a video that has been entitled inside of that video footage as "Girls Arrived." Is that the video footage, surveillance footage in the girls that you were initially trying to identify?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you go about trying to identify the girls?
In my interviews with the victims, I was trying to see if anyone knew who these females were.
Okay. And did any of the victims ever tell you that they knew who either of the two females are?
Yes.
Okay. And which one?
That was Mr. Hooper.
Okay. So tell us now the process from which you and Mr. Hooper identified one of the females. And which female did you identify?
Sure. So there was my conversation with Mr. Hooper. He stated that he went to Milton High School, and one of the females was a year younger than him. He stated that he attended this high school between the years 2014 and 2016, and that her name, as best of his recollection, was Caroline or Coraline, something to that effect. So I traveled to Milton High School, asked to speak with the principal and the SRO, and asked for access to the yearbooks from those
Can I
years.
stop you right there? What is an SRO?
An SRO is a school resource officer. So it is a police officer that is assigned to a particular school. They handle law enforcement duties at the school, as well as just interacting with the kids on a daily basis.
Okay. And after you asked to speak to the principal and the SRO, what happened next?
Sure. I was granted access to those yearbooks from those years.
Okay. And tell the jury how you went about trying to identify this individual through the yearbooks.
So going off the information that Mr. Hooper provided about a Caroline or a Coraline, I found 12 different females, white females, whose names were some sort of variation of that. And I took a photograph with my city cell phone of just that picture with no name involved whatsoever. And then I took all 12 of those photographs and met Mr. Hooper at his residence, which is still in the general vicinity of Milton High School. I had him look at all those photos and asked him if he recognized anyone. And he said that he didn't. I then asked him if he had any more free time, and he said he did. And so I actually drove him to the school to look at the set of yearbooks. And then,
Okay. Was it Mr. Hooper? You said?
yes,
Okay. When you drove Mr. Hooper to the Milton High School, did you pull the yearbook off the shelf?
there was actually still in the office.
Okay. And did you have Mr. Hooper go through that yearbook?
I did.
Okay. And what'd you find?
And he pointed out one individual, and the name under the photograph was Lauren Riley, and said that this is the girl who I saw at the party.
Okay. And what was after you identified Lauren Riley as being one of the potential females that arrived to the party, what was your next step?
Sure. I spoke with the principal. I was thanking him for his assistance, and he says, "I've got some information for you regards to Miss Riley." He was able to provide me name, a date of birth, and then one of the other administrators there was able to provide with me a social media handle for Miss Lauren Riley. In fact, it was an Instagram social media profile, and her name was Lauren Riley on Instagram.
Okay. What did you do once you were able to determine an Instagram handle for Miss Riley? How did you track her? Did you track her down?
I did.
How did you track her down?
Sure. So I took the Instagram, I went back to the office and started doing some research on Miss Riley. Started going through her photographs, see if there's anything that was of noteworthy. And I noticed that there was a picture of her next to a silver Mercedes-Benz. In addition to retrieving this ring footage, I was able to speak to a neighbor on the street who had some surveillance cameras outside of his house. And there was one that stood out because there was a silver Mercedes-Benz that was just cruising around the neighborhood. It arrived roughly around the same time that the girls ended up going to the party. But there was almost like a 30-minute stretch where the car was just creeping around the neighborhood with no lights on. That stood out to me as well. And so I made sure to see if there's any way I could find an identifying label for that car, such as a license plate or a VIN. Using a law enforcement investigator database, I was able to type in Miss Riley's information and saw that she was issued a citation for a traffic violation, I believe by the Marietta Police Department. And on that citation, I was able to get the license plate for the car. I was able to pull up through a license plate reader by entering in her license plate a daytime image of that Mercedes-Benz. I pulled up a daytime image, a nighttime image of historical data just from a not involved area close to this crime, just to get an idea of what the car looked like. And that image of that car appeared to be resembling the one that I saw in the video footage from the neighbor's surveillance footage. At that point in time, I knew that I wanted to try and speak with Miss Riley. I attempted to go to her address. I put a card on her door. But at the same time, my investigation continued into who this potential second female could be. One of Lauren Riley's photographs was a picture of a female who the caption stated Lauren and Lindsay, and there was a ring emoji next to it. That female matched some of the descriptions that was provided by the victims. In fact, one of the victims, Miss Mears, stated that she could kind of describe that female, described her as maybe a 5'4", kind of somewhat not heavy, but a little bit chubby female with darker hair. That female in the photograph on Instagram with Lauren Riley's profile appeared to match that description. And there were several photographs of the two of them together on various occasions. So it wasn't just one photograph.
Okay. So were you able to develop a full name for this other individual?
I was. The victim.
How'd you develop that name?
Sure. The victim, Ms. Mears, was able to call me a couple of days after this incident and said that she had been doing some digging on trying to figure out who this female was. And she was able to supply me with a Instagram handle for the second female. I would have to refer back to my notes to get the full Instagram handle, man.
Sure.
And when you say your notes, this would be a report, something that's been disclosed.
Yes.
It's not like some handwritten notes that you've kept in a drawer until now.
No, Your Honor, it would be my actual case notes that were supplied.
Okay.
Too fast.
Okay.
And the profile for that female was _ Lindsay K. And Ms. Mears stated that she believed the last name, according to her, was Kalis. She spelled it out Kalis. Just like I did the research with Miss Lauren's profile, I started going through the Instagram and I found a birthday post that was posted showing that she was celebrating being 19 years old.
Officer Maldonado, sorry. Can you, you're doing great speaking to the jury, but for Ms. Rivers' purposes, will you try to speak into the microphone a little bit? Thank you.
Sure. So there was a birthday post showing how she was celebrating being 19 years old. And that birthday post was made on August the 10th. I was able to do more research on law enforcement resources or we can type in people's information. There's one in particular, which is called Accurate. It's a LexisNexis product. And I was able to find a full name of a female with Lindsay Kalish with that DOB, with that date of birth of 8/10/2000.
And at this point, after you developed the names of these two individuals, what did you do next?
Sure. As I had previously stated, I had dropped off a card over at Miss Riley's residence, but I did the same thing with an address that I located for Miss Kalish. Put a card there, and then a short while later, I had received a phone call from the females that were together. And I explained to them that I was just covering all my bases. I was investigating an incident that took part of the party, and I was trying to speak to every single person who was at that party. Whether there was any big information or any small information, anything might be helpful. And I asked if they could come to Atlanta Police Headquarters so I could conduct an interview with them.
Okay. And did those two comply with your request to come to the Atlanta Police Headquarters?
They did.
Okay. And what transpired once the two females arrived?
Sure. Once the two females arrived, myself, another detective, Detective Burgess, we brought them up to the 3rd floor, which is where we have our interview rooms, and they were placed in 2 separate rooms. I went to speak to Miss Riley, and Detective Burgess spoke with Miss Couch.
Okay. And initially, when you spoke with Miss Riley and Miss Kalish, did they appear to be forthcoming?
Initially, they did not.
Okay. Do you remember, let's start with Miss Riley. Do you remember her initial statement and what you did not believe to be forthcoming about it?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that be?
So I had asked Miss Riley just some basic questions. What was her name? Where she go to school at? Where she lived? Things like that. And then I asked her what happened the night of the party. And Miss Riley stated that she was at another party in Marietta with Miss Kalish. That was a party hosted by a teammate. The two then decided they got a Snapchat. Miss Riley stated that she had some friends who shared a Snapchat of a party. And then Miss Kalish also received a Snapchat from Mr. Riggs about the same party. And they wanted to go to this party, and they took a trip from Marietta to Atlanta to go to the party. They said that when they arrived at the party was pretty much dead. Miss Riley initially stated that she couldn't find her keys, and that she was asking Miss Kalish, hey, can you help me find my keys? They were searching the house. And then she realized that she had her keys and then went back to her vehicle, leaving Miss Kalish inside of the party. Miss Riley stated that she needed to charge her phone because it was dead. And the only way she could charge her phone was by charging in the car when the car was on. While she was heading towards the vehicle, she heard screaming, some loud noises, got in the vehicle, and then shortly after was able to pick up Miss Kalish, and the two of them departed. Miss Kalish stated that while she was Miss Riley said that she heard that from Miss Kalish when she got in the car that something had happened. 2 gunmen came in, she didn't see them, but she got out of there for her own safety.
And all of that explanation that she gave you, was there any admission to any involvement in this robbery?
No, she stated that she went to the party, left, an incident occurred, and then she left.
Okay. And is this Miss Riley?
Yes, that is Miss Riley.
Okay. And what about Miss Kalish? What was Miss Kalish's initial statement to you?
So Miss Kalish's initial statement was to Detective Burgess.
Okay. Did you have a chance, were you able to view on a live screen her initial statement and then review it for purposes afterwards, for purposes of your investigations?
I did.
And are you familiar with her initial statement?
I am.
Okay, so what was the
And
initial?
Your Honor, we're using her, so if we could just clarify for the record.
Let's do that. Thank you, because we're bouncing back and forth. That's helpful.
That is correct. I should know better for the record. Lauren, are you familiar with Lauren's initial interview?
Yes, I conducted the initial interview with Lauren.
I'm sorry, Lindsay.
Let's use last names,
Yes.
because those don't both start with L. And that's sort of how we refer to folks. So there was the Ms. Kalish interview, there was the Ms. Riley
Ms.
interview.
Kalish interview. Who testified? You just testified that another officer conducted that initial interview. Who would that be?
That would be Detective Burgess.
Okay. And Detective Perkins, was there a live stream going on that you were able to listen in on Detective Perkins' interview with Ms. Kalish?
I listened to the recorded version because both interviews were taking place simultaneously. I spoke with Ms. Riley and later on viewed a recording of the interview with Ms. Kalish.
So Kalish and Riley were separated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Once Kalish and Riley came to the APD headquarters for their interview, were they separated instantly?
Yes. Once we brought them up to third floor, I sat Ms. Riley in one room and I sat Ms. Kalish in another.
Okay. And after they arrived, were they able to, would they have been able to communicate with each other, Kalish and Riley, in the two separate rooms where you could place them?
Physically, no.
Okay. So what was Ms. Kalish's initial statement from what you remember or reviewed?
Ms. Kalish's initial statement started off the same as Ms. Riley's, that they were at a party and they received a Snapchat for another party. She stated that the person she received a Snapchat from was Mr. Riggs, and that she had attended parties of his in the past, and he extended an invite to a party and told her to bring girls along to the party, and that they went from Marietta to Atlanta for the party. She echoed a similar statement about Ms. Kalish losing something, except that she had stated, I believe it was her phone that she was looking for. At some point in time, she stated Ms. Riley left and she was left alone in the party. And when all of a sudden 2 gunmen entered into the house, she did not get a look at them because she ran to a bathroom. And at some point in time, she attempted to escape out of a window, was unable to, but then was able to run out and get in the car with Ms. Riley.
Okay. And did you let, after Kalish and Riley gave their initial statements, were they initially free to leave?
Initially, they were, yes.
Okay. How far away did they get?
Just to the front lobby.
Okay. So 2 statements were given by, or a statement by Kalish, a statement by Riley. They're allowed to go and they get to the front lobby. What changed?
Sure. So just prior to escorting into the front lobby, I had obtained a search warrant for both of their phones. Presented them the search warrant to seize it. Ms. Riley stated that she couldn't drive anywhere without her phone. She didn't know some directions. And so we were able to get some directions for her to get back to Life University. We brought them down into the front lobby and I was there with my supervisor, Sergeant Knapp. He was aware, he was watching that previously said how they are a live streamed video of the interview and pulled me aside and said, you know, we really should probably press them a little bit more. There is something that they're not telling us. And so we asked them to come back upstairs.
Okay. Did the tone of the interview change once the girls were brought back upstairs?
It did.
And I should clarify, girls, Kalish and Riley, the tone changed. How so did that tone change?
Sure. So myself and Sergeant Knapp conducted both of the second interviews. And we sat in there. Sergeant Knapp was more direct in his questioning, basically saying that, you know, you've provided us with this statement, but you're not telling us everything.
Okay. How about yourself when in that second part of the interview? Were you more direct or were you still playing the same role?
No, it was more direct at this point, to the point where I read Miranda to both of them.
Okay. Briefly, why would you read Miranda?
Sure. So as a law enforcement officer, I can conduct a conversation with anyone that I want. But if you are not free to go during that conversation, there is the perception that if you're not free to go, maybe you are either detained or under arrest. At that point in time, you can start to believe that things aren't going your way and that you might give a statement that could be incriminating. So in order for me to make sure that you are well aware of your rights, I have to read Miranda warnings. If I'm going to start questioning and talking to you more so as an accused, you're no longer just having a conversation with me. It's crossing more of a line of an interview towards an interrogation, if you will.
So did the tone of the interview change to the point where the interviewees, Kalish and Riley, might believe that at this point they're not privileged?
Yes.
Okay. And while Kalish and Riley were there in the second interviews, did you begin to confront them directly with information you had learned throughout your course of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you confront them?
Sure. We started off with presenting them the video footage of the vehicle. And that the first interview I conducted with Miss Riley, since it was her car.
Okay. How did Miss Riley respond to the being shown the video of her car circling?
Sure. I showed video of the car coming in and parking next to a house. That was prior to the incident actually occurring. In the video, you can't really see the occupants of the car except for a front seat passenger, which can be seen as a white female. That occurred prior to, like I said, time-wise, the actual incident occurring. But in the time period that Ms. Riley stated that she was inside of the house for the party, her vehicle is seen driving around the neighborhood at a very slow pace with no lights on. I ended up confronting Ms. Riley with that information, and she could not explain as to why her car was doing that.
Okay. And while the girls were there, Kalish, Riley, were you able to get entry into their cell phone devices?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point did you ever begin to confront Kalish or Riley with evidence you were real time collecting off of their cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
After the conversation with the two developed, Ms. Riley at one point in time did admit that there were some people that were inside of her car. She stated that she didn't know who these people's names were, but one called himself Baby Slack. And then in the conversation with Ms. Kalish, she stated that there was an Instagram handle. She had social media for some people that were involved in the incident, and that she thought the guy's name, who she referred to as Slime, was an 11-something Slack, but she wasn't sure of that social media profile.
Okay. I'm going to back up just a little bit. We're going to get there, but I guess the next question would be what, and if when did Kalish and Riley ever change their story and admit participation?
The exact point was when, after showing Miss Riley about her car driving around, Sergeant Knapp was basically saying that you needed to come forward, there's nothing that's making sense as to why your car is driving around, and basically broke it down saying that, did you have a gun? And Miss Riley said no. It's like, did you use the gun against anyone? And she said no. It's like, did you take anything from anyone? And she said no. And it's like, so now is your opportunity to tell what's going on, because you weren't the one who physically did it, but you need to explain what's going on.
Okay. And what did Miss Riley tell you?
And Miss Riley stated that she did, along with bring two males to the party with the intention of taking drugs and money from the party, and then stated that she did not realize that a firearm was going to be involved.
Okay. And that was when she was talking with you.
Yes.
On what date was this?
I'd have to refer back to my notes to get the actual date.
Okay. Go ahead and refresh your recollection, and then we set that back to the side.
And my notes are actually missing that page.
She said it's not a pressure, but yeah, it's-
Right.
To show Mr. Pritchett.
Full copies. All right. I'll just take that up.
Sure.
And that date was the 16th of November.
Okay. On November 16th, after Lauren started, I guess, admitting to her involvement, did you ever get a name from her as to the individuals, from Riley, as to the individuals who traveled to the party with her?
She stated on her initial account that she generally did not know the names of these individuals, but that one of them called himself Babe Slap.
Okay. And did Kalish ever give you the names of the individuals involved?
She gave me a name that she referred to them as, but did not know their actual name.
What names did Kalish give you?
She stated that one of the males was named Rick and the other went by what she thought was Slime.
Okay. And did you, after Kalish gave you the name of Slime, did you press her any further on the names?
Yeah, she went once again and said that she believed the Instagram handle was 11 something slat for the individual that she knew as Slime.
Okay. And did Miss Kalish ever indicate to you that she might be able to figure out the Instagram if she had her phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever give her her phone?
I did not.
Okay. How were you able to, or did you come up with an Instagram profile? Okay. How were you able to come up with an Instagram profile?
Sure. I began looking at the names of people on Instagram that she followed or followed her. And I was looking for something that was along the lines of what she provided. Someone by the name of Rick, and then something along the lines of 11 something slat.
Okay. And when did you ever come up, what profiles did you come up with?
Sure. I found one profile that was, I'd have to refer back to see the actual spelling of it, but the name was Rick Rare, R-A-R-E.
Okay. And did Miss Kalish ever indicate the involvement of Rick Rare?
Yeah, she stated that he was one of the males involved in the incident and that she would be able to recognize the person known as Rick if she saw him again.
Okay. And did she ever identify Rick Rare for you?
She did.
How did Kalish identify Rick Rare for you?
Sure. Since she had already provided the name of Rick, I took a picture from Rick Rare's profile on Instagram. I printed it out and only made sure that the photograph included him. There were no letters or words or anything associated in that picture. And I presented that photograph to Ms. Kalish to see, hey, is this the same person that you're referring to? And she said that it was.
Okay. How about Baby Slapped?
Sure. Ms. Kalish stated that she probably couldn't recognize him if she saw him again, just that knew that he had crooked teeth. And since she couldn't make an identification off of an image, I took just a screenshot of the top of Instagram, which had just the name of the 1100 Baby Slat, and presented it to her to make sure that the profile that I was looking at is the same profile that she had been referring to.
Okay. Did you ever show Kalish an image of Baby Slat attached to that profile?
No, it was just the name, the Instagram handle.
Vanity name?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after you obtained the names of Rick Rare and Baby Slat?
Sure. So what I did is I took that pictures from both of those profiles and I sent out a citywide to law enforcement only email asking for people's assistance in trying to identify these people as well. Since one of the Instagram handles had the name Slat in it, which has some sort of gang connotations. It stands for Slime Love All the Time. I sent it also to some gang detectives from various neighboring agencies in the metro area. One person was able to identify the profile for Rick Rare. It was a detective from the city of Atlanta, and he identified him from a previous investigation as Max Pritchett. Max with 2 X's, and I would have to refer back to my notes to get you his date of birth. And then I had a detective from the Cobb County Gang Unit that was able to send some information over, said that there was a post on the profile for 1100 Baby Slat for a child's birthday party. And on that child's birthday, they were able to show the date of the post and how many years old they were, and the name of the kid. And I was able to take that name of the kid and enter it once again into a law enforcement database, and found that there was a traffic accident in the city of East Point where the child was listed as being an occupant inside of the car. There was a mother of that child who went by the name of Takiria Robinson, and I would have to refer back to get the actual spelling on her name. But then I was able to take Miss Takiria Robinson's name and plug it into our internal Atlanta police database to see if there were any other reports for any sort of males associated with her. And I found one report that had the name of Tyrone Robinson. And I was able to take his name and date of birth, Tyrone Robinson's name and date of birth, and pull up a driver's license photo. And the person depicted in the driver's license photo was the same person depicted in numerous pictures on that profile for 1100 Baby Slat.
Okay, and did you do this process of identifying, putting a physical or a legal name to Baby Slat? During this process, had you even shown Ms. Kalish an image of Baby Slat?
I had not, no.
Okay. So what sort of evidence did you seek after, like, did you just stop your investigation when you had gotten the names Rick Rare associated with Max Pritchett and Tyrone Robinson associated with Baby Slat? Did you stop there?
I did not.
Okay. How did you continue to pursue your investigation?
Sure. First thing I did was do what's called a preservation. I made sure to submit a request to Facebook, who owns Instagram, to make sure that everything on those pages was preserved. So essentially, if I asked them to preserve an account, anything that person deletes off of that account still won't be deleted. It'll be saved. So I put in a preservation, and then I requested a search warrant through a Fulton County judge for all information associated with that account. Pictures, messages, subscriber information, which I was granted and then sent off to Facebook.
Okay. What was the original date of the robbery?
I cannot refer back to the notes.
Sure.
I want to say it's November 8th, but yes, November 8th, but it happened in the early morning hours.
Right. And what was the day that you had determined the name of Tyrone Robinson?
I have to go back to get the exact date.
Yes, if you need to.
According to my notes, it was the same day as the interview on the 16th.
November 16th?
Yes.
So approximately 8 days after the armed robbery, home invasion, you determined the name of Tyrone Robinson.
Yes.
Did you take any other steps in regards to Max Pritchett?
Yes, I did the same for him. I preserved his profile and submitted a search warrant for his Instagram.
Okay. And I want you to explain just a little bit more. I'm going to have you explain the records and how they are preserved and stored, but what does it mean to preserve exactly?
Sure. Without a preservation, if I'm looking at someone's Instagram for an investigation, they can delete something that I may have seen and then it disappears forever. But with the preservation, even if that person thinks of deleting it, it's still saved on a server from that company, so that it can be obtained later with a proper judicial order.
So it basically prevents loss of information. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are the next steps in order to actually obtain the information from Instagram or Facebook at the time? What you are seeking?
Sure. They require a judicial process in order to release information to law enforcement. So in this case, I obtained a search warrant for the information that I had mentioned before: photographs, messages, subscriber information, essentially everything in that account for a specified time period.
Okay. And did you do these steps, obtain the Instagram information for both Kalish and Riley as well?
I did.
And you also did so for Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson, correct?
Yes, all 4 accounts.
What other information did you seek as part of your investigation?
Sure. As I stated before, I had secured a search warrant to seize both Ms. Kalish and Ms. Riley's cell phone, and then also to search the contents of both phones.
Okay. And did you do so?
I did.
So I want to talk about while I'm going to pull up the raw data for these Instagram records so you can explain how it's captured and preserved and what that means. But as I'm doing that, 1040 Wiley Street, what county is that in?
Sure, it's in Fulton County.
I'm pulling out what has been marked as State's Exhibit 29, the Robinson Instagram records. So as this sits before you, is that the way that the records are actually returned to you?
Yes, it's sent in a zip file, and when you open it up, it looks just like on the screen that's before me.
Okay. So there appears here to be a PDF. Share it. Can you see this PDF that you just did?
I can.
Okay. What is identified at the top of the PDF?
Sure. At the top of the PDF is the target number associated with the profile, as well as the, like you refer to it as a vanity name, but the Instagram handle of the account.
Okay. And this account, the target number, what is the target number?
So target number is a number that's associated with the life of the profile. So that account name that you see, that 1100 baby slat, or the vanity name, can be changed at any point in time, but that target number stays consistent to the life of the account.
Okay, so is that the unique identifying number that Instagram or Facebook, the owner of these records, attaches to that account?
That's correct.
Okay, can a person ever change that number from their account?
No.
Stop share. Go back to. Sorry for the screen share, but this is the process that Zoom requires. Alright. What is this linked media that is inside this particular account?
Sure. So as part of my request in my search warrant, I asked for photographs, videos, anything that might have been on the profile. And on there are those items.
And are we still inside these same records that we were just looking at for 1100 baby slap?
Yes,
So whatever target numbers associated in those business records, are those also going to be associated with the linked media?
that's correct.
Go to the linked media. And open up.
Have you tested this?
I have, but
Okay.
it's Zoom. In
No, I meant, have you tested it on Zoom? This is a court issue, not a state or defense issue. I'm just curious if you tried playing something from those files through Zoom.
every time I change a file, Zoom's requiring me to stop my share and restart. And that's not right. So So is that media that is displayed off of the linked media tied to the target number?
Yes.
Now, we go back to where it says preservation. What is preservation 1 and preservation 2?
So this could be stuff that may have been deleted, and then sometimes they actually will include my actual preservation request.
Okay, so if this incident occurred on, home invasion occurred on November 8th, 2016, and you did not preserve this until 8 days later, anything that was deleted during those 8 days would not be present in your request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now that you've explained that, I'll move on. I am going to. How long do you need to go?
I'm not sure what this is. I'll let you know once I find out what that is and whether it's coming in.
Okay, I'm showing you, well, at this time, Your Honor, I'm tendering State's Exhibit 31. It's a self-authenticating Instagram returns of Max Pritchett.
Max Pritchett's what?
Instagram returns.
All right, Ms. Mignot, any objection to the admission of states 31?
Only as it pertains to that does not belong to my client. So the answer would be no.
Okay, I haven't heard it represented as belonging to your client, so I see no objection from you. And on behalf of the accused, any objection to the admission of the business records that were authenticated by Instagram?
None other than that, me or previous attorneys viewed that.
Okay, I will admit states 31. We're gonna do 32 separately, that's coming in a lot later, or you're not doing 32 at all? I'm just looking at the flow on your.
I don't know if I'm gonna do that.
Okay, all right. Are you planning now, would the next thing that you do be a dive into Instagram records that you just entered, in other words, states 31, with this witness?
It would be.
Okay, then this is a good time for us to take our lunch break. It is about 1:05 or so. You all think you could be back by 2? All right, someone's decided for you. Yep is the answer. Please don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research or anything like that. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for the continuation of Detective Maldonado's testimony. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hiles, anything from you on the record before we take our lunch break?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson before we take the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pritchett, anything from you?
Is there any way I can view these records on the book?
Yes, we're going to talk about that. We don't need to get it on the record because that's logistical stuff. I can let Ms. Rivers go. Okay. All right. Detective Maldonado, during the break, just don't talk about your testimony. All right. Thank you, everyone. Let me mute the microphone here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. This or?
You gotta push the button.
Mr. Bata, you've got your laptop back?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
That lunch for an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, well, you got a few extra minutes because graduation took a little longer. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Maldonado, if you come back up here. And Ms. Mignot, if you wouldn't mind, I think one of your exhibits, I think it's probably Kalish immunity letter. If you just grab that and put it with the, now that it's in, and is not just part of the record, will be something the jurors can see. Let's just get that with evidence. Thank you. Yeah. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Great. Let's get back on the record, please, in State versus Pritchett and Robinson. We've finished our lunch break. Our jurors are ready to come back in. Investigator Maldonado is back on the stand. Mr. Hiles, anything from the state before we bring the jurors in?
So, one, I conveyed, I heeded your advice, I know what you were talking about. Mr. Abate was talking with Mr. Pritchett, conveyed that the offer was still, was 20, but he had the ability to go non-negotiated if he wanted to. I guess technically everything's non-negotiated.
That's where we are now.
Yeah, so, but the offer would be 20 and it's up to Mr. Pritchett, or the recommendation, I should say, not the offer, recommendation would be 20, sir. And it's up to Mr. Pritchett as to how he wants to proceed.
Okay, I'll get to him. I'm just asking if you've got anything else. I appreciate the update and you can continue the update.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else other than that before we bring the jurors in?
No.
Okay, Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pritchett, can you share with me what, if anything, you spent time reviewing during the break? I don't mean the contents, hey, why this is that, but did you focus on statements or Instagram, or were you and Mr. Abate engaged in discussions because he represents the state and you represent yourself?
I tried to look over the phone records and in some interviews. None of the time was easy to say why, so I tried to switch through both.
Okay.
It was 12,000 pages of phone records.
It's a lot of phone records.
Yeah, I tried to skim through the best I could. I looked at some of the interviews.
Okay, so you had access to phone records and you had access to the interviews. And during the lunch break, you spent time at least skimming or perusing both those things. Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, so jurors. Judge President of the County Board.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back, jurors. I am curious, so far, what's been the best place for lunch for those of you who don't bring in your own food? So for future jurors, I can say, try this. Then I'm going to ask at the other end of the spectrum. What's been good?
Gusto.
Gusto. That's a place you can go to, or they had food here?
About 8 or 9 bucks.
Really? In what direction?
George Woodard Park.
Wow, you hoof it. You got like running shoes on? No? All right. And you ate there, or like on your way back, you're trying to get gusto in you? Gusto wins. What would we put on the do not repeat list? Anything? I'm glad you haven't hit any place like that. All right, gusto. I will share this with the lawyers and then answer the question. We still have Investigator Maldonado on the stand, and we are still in direct examination. I think you were going to dive into some Instagram records. So let's do that.
Yes. All right. Just before the break, Investigator Maldonado states Exhibit 31 was admitted into into evidence. All right. And do you remember reviewing the contents of Mr. Pritchett's Instagram?
I did.
Was there very much on there?
I can't recall the quantity.
I apologize, the Zoom bumped me out, so I'm having to reconnect.
Maybe it was telling you something.
So opening PDF. And what is the target number? What's that changing? What is the target number associated with this account?
With this account, the target number is 359-00698.
And what is the account identifier name?
Sure, this is the Rick_rare account that I found.
And what is the registered email for this account?
Sure, it's imaxout with 2 X's 777@gmail.com.
And what does the vanity name show as?
Sure, it's Rick_rare.
And is it this vanity name that you testified earlier to that can be changed whenever you wish?
Yes, it can.
However, the target number does not change regardless of what happens, correct?
That is correct.
And does the account holder have the ability to change the target number?
Not the target number.
If you don't establish a vanity name in Instagram, what shows up if I Insta someone? What is it? Or I gram them?
When you create a profile, you have to create a name.
You have to create a vanity name, or you create a name, or that's the name?
It has to be a name. So you can create like a header for the top of your page, but there is a name. Every profile has to have a name.
And that's the vanity? It's called vanity name?
Well, it's called an Instagram handle.
This says vanity name.
Well, the common usage of the term is Instagram handle.
Okay, but when Instagram pushes info out in response to a subpoena, they refer to it as a vanity name.
Correct. I guess Facebook or now Meta platforms, that's their terminology, but the common usage of the term is Instagram.
Okay. Thank you.
And what is the phone number associated with Mr. Pritchett's Instagram account?
Sure. With this account, it's stating 404-447-6440.
Stop sharing. I'm going to go back to the link media. Okay. And do you see the image entitled profile picture?
I do.
Stop sharing again to display. Okay. On that image profile pic, labeled profile picture, do you recognize the person in that image?
I do.
And who would that person in the profile image be?
Defendant, Mr. Pritchett.
And is this in the Instagram account of Rick Rare?
It is.
Spend much time on you can stick those records anymore. You want to turn your attention. So, Officer O'Hare testified earlier that he was collected a cell phone off of Mr. Robinson, and he had turned that into the robbery unit. Was that phone provided to you?
It was.
Okay, what type of cell phone was provided to you?
I believe it was an iPhone. I have to refer to get the exact make and model.
Okay. I have like things.
Your Honor, we're gonna have an issue with 36.
36. I thought, okay, that's not 30.
So it's not on.
Not 32, it's 36.
Yes, this is
Okay.
Mr. Robinson's.
This is an extraction from?
Yes.
What would the problem be with that?
I don't know what that is.
It was turned over in discovery and I showed them this morning.
Okay, I'm not interested in this morning. Turned over in discovery to Ms. Mignot or in that first discovery that went to previous?
To Ms. Mignot.
Okay, so Ms. Mignot, I'm not quite sure what the basis of your objection is.
33 was shown to us, 36 was not.
Okay, are you stating on the record, as an officer of the court, that the state did not provide to you the extraction from the cell phone that was taken from your client when he was arrested?
I think we have something we need to put on the record, and it has to be done outside of the presence of the jury.
Can you answer my question first? Are you stating on the record as an officer of the court that the state did not supply you with the extraction from the phone taken from your client when he was arrested?
Okay, so we have extractions for an Apple phone, Judge. However, whatever's on that 36, I have no clue what that is, because today we looked at 33.
The thing you're referring to as an extraction from an Apple phone, what makes you think that's different from state's 36?
Because I have not seen 36.
Well, but you have if it's the Apple phone. Are there extractions from any other Apple phones that the state provided in discovery?
Well, they had the two from Lauren and Kalish and Riley.
Yes.
And then this is the third Apple iPhone extraction that was provided in discovery.
How many Apple phone extractions did you receive in discovery? Because if you received 3, then I'm going to accept Mr. Hiles's representation that this is number 3. I'm not really hung up on it's called Exhibit 36.
How we got it, Judge, we can't determine. We can't determine.
Riley and Riley.
Did the boom clear anything up about whether I'm not asking whether you reviewed it, but whether you've had through discovery the extraction from the phone that was allegedly with Mr. Robinson at the time he was arrested?
Okay, so on the discovery that we have iPhone dumps.
Sure.
Whether it's on 36, whether it's everything on 36, clueless.
Got it. All right. Your representation is that 36 contains, I don't like the word dump, extraction, the extraction from the phone that was taken from Mr. Robinson by investigator O'Hare when he was arrested.
Yes. Okay.
And whatever that's called, you've shown Ms. Blake where it is in their discovery.
Yes.
That's the boom.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pritchett, do you have any objection to states 36? All right, I'm admitting states 36. That being said, during a break or over the weekend, I have no problem, Ms. Mignot, if you determine that there's something missing from it. As you know, this thumb drive has 1 zillion pages of information on it. The state is going to highlight a few. You may choose to highlight a few. That universe you've got and have had for a while, and you're free, as you have before. The state may go to page 112. You, if you choose to cross-examine this witness or use it with any other witness, can go to 212 because the whole universe is being admitted. Let's go forward.
So, Mr. Maldonado, in doing so, in review of Mr. Robinson's cell phone extraction, did you see several screenshots of Instagram accounts that depicted Mr. Robinson himself?
I did.
Okay. And do all of those screenshots appear to be like, did they appear as if they were only his Instagram?
No.
So, when you went through the photographs that were contained and screenshots contained inside Mr. Robinson's phone extraction. Did you ever come across a photo of the warrants that you had actually taken out?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to share. Is this the photo that you came across inside of the phone dump of Mr. Tyrone Robinson?
It is.
Okay, and what is that a photo depicting?
Chair, is a Fulton County arrest warrant for Mr. Pritchett for the offense of aggravated assault with intent to rob.
Sorry, I have to stop sharing every time. Now, did you come across a screenshot in Mr. Robinson's phone dump that appeared to be taken from the Instagram account of Rick Rare?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at the top of the Instagram screenshot, what is the vanity name or handle associated with that?
Sure, this is going to be from Rick Rare's Instagram account.
Okay, and do you recognize any of the individuals that are contained in this photograph?
I do.
Okay, and who are those individuals?
Both defendants.
Okay, so if you tap the bottom of your screen, there should be a little stylus that appears.
Over to the left, there's a circle with a pencil in it that some people call a stylus. Now, if you draw on the screen, you'll make marks.
Did you want me to go ahead and indicate?
Yes, would you, as you circle the both defendants, each defendant you circle, please name them.
I put a PR for Pritchett here. And a TR for Mr. Tyrone Robinson.
And you can look, there should be a way to delete those.
It's a circle with a little arrow on it over on the left.
Okay.
If you tap it, each mark you make, you have to delete.
Gotcha. I'm looking just.
There's a bar on the left.
Here, sir.
No, along the left-hand side of the screen. Tap the screen again. There's a little bar come up with,
No, Judge.
okay. You broke it.
Gently tap it just once. Nothing's coming up at all. Well,
I don't know, maybe you can figure it out, Mr. Hiles. Why don't you go check out that screen? I can't reach over there.
There you go.
Okay, he can do it from there. Thank you.
All right, and I apologize, I have to stop sharing for each picture. And do you recognize this to be a screenshot off of, or a picture that was contained inside of the phone dump of Tyrone Robinson?
I do.
Okay. And did you notice anything significant in relation to this case about the anything that he was wearing or articles on him?
Yes. So he has a lime green bandana that's draped around his neck, as well as some green socks. So both of these are representation of the Young Slime Life Gang, or YSL. They're a blood set, but they identify with green because it's the color of slime. If you think of Nickelodeon slime, for example.
Okay. And was that true of the picture that we just observed before this?
Yes, it was with the green bandanas.
And at least through you, I think, was this Instagram, this phone extraction complete with pictures of similar nature with the slime green?
Yes, they were.
I don't think we need to go photo through photo this slow. So once you were able to get the phone dumps from Kalish, Riley, and Robinson, at which point, what did you do next in your investigation?
Sure. Once I got the phone dumps, I submitted them over to the district attorney's office and kept going through them.
Okay. At what point did you decide to take out arrest warrants in this case?
So the arrest warrants were taken out at the beginning of the stage of the case, once I'd identified who the individuals were, but I didn't stop my investigation there. I continued going forward with trying to go more into the case.
Okay. Now, what all did you base your arrest decision on for as it pertains to Max Pritchett?
Sure. For Mr. Pritchett, was able to identify him based off of the profile, which was supplied as the person who was present in the vehicle with Miss Riley and Miss Kalish.
Okay. And did you look to any conversations in the phone dumps of Riley and Kalish to enforce or assist with your decision to make?
I did.
Okay. And what specifically did you look at?
Sure. There were conversations on dates immediately following the robbery between Miss Riley and Miss Kalish, but they kept saying that they needed to reach out to Rick and Baby Slat about getting the proceeds, getting money, which I understood to be as the money that they were expecting to get from the robbery.
Okay. And did these conversations occur that you're referring to between Kalish and Riley? Did these conversations occur prior to you ever interviewing the two of them?
Yes, it was the days immediately after, the day, kind of later in the day of the robbery, since it occurred around 2 a.m., followed by the next immediate day.
And did you document exactly what those conversations were in your report?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall some of the messages that you actually used to corroborate what they told you?
I would have to have that copy back again to tell you specifically, but yes.
Which one was the report that you had earlier?
There was one message between both Riley and Kalish where it was later on in the day. So we're talking almost 24 hours after the robbery, and it was actually 11:37, not 11:37 p.m. It was a.m. in which Miss Riley and Miss Kalish are saying that, so Baby Slat and Rick are still talking to me, so I guess that's good. Right? Basically, I guess they were anticipating that all communication would have ceased, but they're saying everything's fine because they're still talking after this incident.
And was there any communications between them trying to get proceeds from the two?
Yes, the two girls, Miss Riley and Miss Kalish, were constantly saying, well, we really need to reach out to them to get our money.
I want to ask you a question. Looking at a bunch of records, I've noticed that some records say UTC time. What does that
Sure. So it's going to be more of a universal time. So it's based off of Greenwich Mean Time, which is over in England. And so we are 4 hours behind. But when daylight savings is in effect, it's a difference of 5 hours.
Okay. Is that reversed?
Well, for daylight savings time?
Yes. So when you're looking at the phone dump and some of the times, say, UTC -5, what would that mean?
Means that whatever time is indicated on there to get to Eastern time, we would be the 5 hours difference.
So in the records, something says UTC -5. Does that mean, as the records sit, it's already accounted for the difference between the actual UTC time and the current time?
Correct. Otherwise, it'd just be UTC. Just letting you know that it's factored in that difference.
And what it would be, if it's actual UTC time, is it reflected either as UTC or sometimes is it reflected as UTC +0?
In both ways.
Now, the person that you have identified as, or the person you've been talking about as being involved in this case as Rick Rare and Max Pritchett, do you see him in court today?
I do.
Okay. Will you please stand up and identify him by an article of clothing and where he is sitting?
From where I'm standing, he is to my 2 o'clock position, if you will. He's seated at a standalone table wearing a black blazer. He's got kind of like medium length twists that don't go past his ear, and he's a fair complexion.
And please let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Pritchett.
He has?
And do you see the person that you have spoken of as being Baby Slat as well as Tyrone Robinson in court today?
I do.
Okay. And could you please identify him by where you're sitting in an article of clothing?
He's directly in front of me, seated at the defendant's table. He's wearing a gray suit. He is seated in between counsel, and he has a small goatee.
Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Robinson.
He has?
And I want to go back to the phone dump of that was admitted Mr. Robinson briefly. And specifically going to the properties tab of the picture of that warrant that was taken or found in Mr. Robinson's phone. That picture of the warrant, does it, in the properties tab right there, does it indicate the day that that picture was taken?
It does.
Okay. And what would that date be?
It says December 4th of 2019.
Okay. And do you remember what date that Mr. Pritchett was arrested?
No, I'd have to go back to the notes to get that date.
It's okay. It was previously. And was there anything else in your investigation that you used to make your decision to arrest any of the defendants in this case?
No, I believe everything is already been talked and testified about.
I don't have any more questions.
Ms. Mignot, cross-examination of investigator Maldonado.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You testified on direct examination that the 1040 Wiley Street Airbnb was rented by Mr. Riggs for a party because the individuals that were supposed to be at the party had not seen each other for a period of time. Are you aware that most of the individuals at that party did not know each other?
No.
Okay. And if that was the case, that they didn't know each other, and it wasn't that they were getting together because they hadn't seen each other for quite some time, that would be misinformation for you, right?
Yes.
Were you also aware that the reason the party at the 1040 Wiley Street was planned was because it was a drug party?
I learned that through the course of my investigation, yes.
Did you also learn that Jackson had transported illegal drugs across state lines from California to Georgia for sale at the party?
I did not know.
Did you ever find that out as a part of your investigation?
I knew there were vast amounts of drugs. I just didn't know who supplied them.
Okay, and when did you find out that there was a vast amount of drugs there?
Through an interview later with Ms. Kalish.
Now, was that on November 16th of 2019 you found out the drugs were there, or prior to?
It was after.
And what, if any, actions did you take as a result of your knowledge that there was a vast amount of drugs at the 1040 Wiley Street location?
Well, that information kind of corroborated the information that was provided by the females that they went to obtain drugs.
Is the sale of drugs at that party illegal?
Yes.
Would it have occurred in Fulton County?
Yes.
Would it have been a crime in Fulton County?
Yes.
Would it have been a crime that you could have investigated and sought warrants for the arrest of individuals for?
I would have to have obtained the drugs.
You would have had to obtain the drugs?
Correct.
Okay, so would you have been able to get the photographs of the drugs that you were advised were present?
Yes.
And there were photographs of the drugs that were turned over to you as a part of this case, right?
Yes.
And you could use those photographs of the drugs and the information from either Ms. Riley or Ms. Kalish that those were the drugs that were present at the property on November the 8th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And you could have used that to get warrants for the arrest of everyone who was at the party associated with those drugs, correct?
No.
You could not?
No.
Okay, and why couldn't you?
Sure. I wouldn't have any physical evidence to show the drugs, and they would actually have to show how the photograph was taken still within the confines of Fulton County to establish venue. And I don't think a judge would sign off from my experience in previous work in narcotics cases.
Would you have been able to do phone forensics just like the forensics you were just testifying from a few minutes ago?
Yes.
And those phone forensics you could have used to get warrants, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't do that in this case.
I did not.
In fact, you didn't arrest anyone for the illegal drugs and the illegal activity that occurred at the 1040 Wiley Street location, right?
I did not.
Now, you testified that Ms. Riley said that she didn't have her keys when you interrogated her on November the 16th of 2019, right?
Yes.
And she advised you that Ms. Riley had advised you that her phone was in her car and she needed to go to her car and charge her phone.
Yes.
And that she was not present when anyone entered the Wiley Street location to commit any acts of crimes in there, as it pertains to the robbery.
That is correct.
And you did not believe her, right?
That is correct.
And you continued your line of questioning with her to the point where you realized that she had provided a lot of false information to you.
Right.
Now let's talk about Lindsay's phone. Miss Riley never told you that Lindsay's phone was in the car, did she?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. So if there has been evidence in this case that the Lindsay's phone was the phone that was in the car, that would be inconsistent with the evidence you got from Miss Riley.
If that's accurate, yes.
When you had contact with Miss Kalish, it was after Miss Kalish had been in the interview room with Detective Burgess, correct?
That is correct.
And Detective Burgess is a female officer who had been speaking with Miss Kalish while you were speaking with Miss Riley.
That's
in
correct.
two separate rooms. Now, as it pertains to Ms. Kalisch's statement, when you initially spoke with her, she advised you that she doesn't know the names of anyone that was in the car with her.
Correct.
And she also advised you that the two of them meaning Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalisch, had gone to the party alone, right?
Correct.
And in fact, your investigation as it pertains to the footage of the Mercedes from the neighbor's surveillance camera only showed one female in the car, right?
Well, from the angle, you could only see the front passenger seat.
And you don't have any angles that you could see that there was more than one person in the car.
I would just assume there'd be a driver, but no, correct.
So you're assuming.
Correct. If the car is moving, I can only see the passenger seat. I would assume there'd be a driver.
Okay. But if you assume that there was a driver, you would have to assume that the driver was the owner of the vehicle, who was Miss Riley, right?
No.
You would assume it was someone else?
I'm saying I can't assume. I don't know at that point. I just know there's a driver. I just can't say who it would be.
Okay. And Miss Riley and Miss Kalisch told you that Miss Riley was driving?
Correct.
And you don't have any evidence that anybody else drove that vehicle?
That's correct.
Did you do any investigation as it pertains to fingerprints or any type of forensics of the car to be able to place Mr. Robinson in the vehicle?
No, not specifically Ms. Robinson, no.
Okay. And as it pertains to any fingerprinting, did you do any fingerprinting that you could say, yep, that's Mr. Robinson's fingerprint. We found it in the backseat of the vehicle?
No, due to the length of time from the time I made contact with the car versus when the incident happened.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalisch were consistent when they both said originally to you, when they first were questioned, that Ms. Riley went to the car and Ms. Kalisch remained inside the party.
Yes.
But you all never believed that, correct?
Correct.
And there were times in your interview where you were arguing with Ms. Kalisch that she was actually outside of the home while the robbery was taking place.
Correct.
But you were wrong, weren't you?
I was.
And she actually was inside the property when the robbery took place.
She was.
However, she advised you she was in the bathroom.
Correct.
So based on your investigation, Ms. Kalisch would not have seen when any of the two male suspects came into the Wiley Street location.
Based on the statement she gave at that time, yes.
Okay. And she also stated that she left after the two suspects had left the property. She left the bathroom after the two suspects had left the property.
She stated that, yes.
Okay. So as far as your investigation is concerned, Ms. Kalisch could not have seen anything as it pertains to the assailants coming in and going out, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Riley could not have seen anything as it pertains to the assailants going in and going out, because she was not inside the home at the time of the robbery, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified that at one point, both Sergeant Knapp, N-A-P-P, am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
And yourself were in the interview room and Miranda was read. Was that the interview room with Ms. Riley or with Ms. Kalisch?
It was read to both.
Okay. And when you went into the interview room and read Miranda rights to Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalisch, the subject of the questions you were asking them had not changed, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, some of the questions you had asked were being re-asked again after the Miranda was read.
Correct.
You also testified that the tone of the interview had changed. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
And in fact, although the tone of the interview may have changed, your suspicion of them being involved in the robbery had not changed, correct?
Correct.
And prior to you speaking with them, before reading them Miranda, you had information from Miss Rebecca Mears that they were potential suspects, correct?
Correct.
You also had information from Mr. Hooper that Kalish and Riley were potential suspects of the robbery, correct?
He just mentioned Miss Riley, but yes.
Okay. And you also had spoken to several of the party goers that evening that gave you information stating the Riley and Kalish, they called them the girls or the women, behaved suspiciously when they arrived to the party.
Right.
So you had several different sources that had pointed you in the direction of Riley and Kalish as suspects of a robbery on November 8th, right?
Correct.
Now, the video footage, all of the video footage that you were able to capture from the neighboring property, none of it shows two males exiting the Mercedes at issue in this case, correct?
Correct.
None of the video footage that you have show two males entering the Mercedes at issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in part of your investigation, you actually appeared at the condo, or should I say the dorm, of Riley and Kalish. You went to their dorms, part of your investigation?
Yes.
And when you went to their dorms, you were able to find drugs similar to the drugs that were supposed to be at the party, right?
I can't say because we just labeled them as unknown items. They were sent for analysis for testing.
Is it your testimony that we are in, let me re-ask my question. You know now that they're drugs, correct?
I still actually haven't seen the final analysis.
Okay. So when you went to search Miss Riley's dorm, college dorm, correct? And this is at Life University?
Yes.
You found drugs in her apartment and turned them over for forensics, correct?
Correct.
And it's your testimony that we are now in 2024, and you as the lead investigator cannot tell these jurors if those drugs are an illegal substance or not.
Correct.
So if they are, that would be a crime.
Yes.
And it's a crime for which you could press charges against Miss Riley.
I cannot know.
You could seek a warrant.
I could not know.
You could not turn over the drugs if you found them at her property and the test results come back to show that it's either cocaine or some other type of illegal substance?
I didn't have jurisdiction in Cobb County.
Okay. You could turn it over to the Cobb County Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And the Cobb County Police Department could pursue criminal charges for those illegal drugs found in their jurisdiction, correct?
Yes.
You did not do that, did you?
No.
Can you give us a sense, did you find kilograms of suspected drugs or little pill bottles or?
Sure. It was
What-
a couple of pills in a Tupperware container and then an unknown crystal substance.
But in terms of quantity, like a bucket of unknown crystal substance?
If it is an illegal substance, it'd be personally used, but it'd be anything more than that.
Is personal use legal if
No.
it's cocaine?
No.
Okay. In fact, if you have pills in a bottle other than a prescription bottle, that's a crime, correct?
Yes.
And you could have charged that crime or assisted the Cobb County Police Department with charging that crime.
Yes.
And you didn't do that.
No.
Now, none of the individuals that were alleged victims of the Wiley Street robbery could identify any of the two males that entered the property.
Correct. They said they all had masks on.
And descriptions varied from alleged victim to alleged victim, correct? And descriptions in terms of height varied.
Correct.
Now, the entry into the Wiley Street location was not a break-in, correct?
Correct,
Someone opened the door and walked in.
correct.
Now, during your interrogation of Ms. Callish, she advised you that she started changing her story. The person who was the second male, she really had not met before the night of November the 7th.
Correct. She said she had just recently met.
Okay. So how long have you been doing detective work?
Since 2018.
Now, in your role as a detective, it's not uncommon for someone to misidentify someone that they've only met or seen once, correct?
Right.
And she gave you, she meaning Miss Callish, gave you the name in her interview of Slime, right?
Correct.
Now, when you go on to Instagram, because you typed in Slime in your interview room with Miss Callish, correct?
That was one of the things I typed in, yeah.
Okay. And during that research that you were doing on your cell phone, Sergeant Knapp was also in the room.
I can't remember at that point if he was or not.
Okay. Now, once you pulled up Slime, isn't it true that that word pulls up thousands of individuals on Instagram, because that's a popular word?
Correct.
And you had to somehow try to drill down to get Miss Callish to identify someone by the name of Baby Slime.
Well, originally I was looking for Slime, but yes.
Okay. And you were giving information to Miss Callish to try to assist her with identifying who you believe was two males that committed an armed robbery on November 8th, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, this interview lasted approximately 4 hours or more, right?
It was lengthy, but I can't remember the exact amount of time.
Okay. Now, in your investigation, and you, I believe it's in your report in front of you, it would be page 207.
You don't need to look at it till you hear the question. You may not need to look at it.
Miss Riley was telling Miss Kellish in her text messages between Riley and Kellish that she deleted messages from the night of the robbery.
Yes, that's correct.
So, Detective Maldonado, we could have had, if we did, text messages from the actual assailants that entered the property that evening, but for the deletion, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any information that it wasn't two other people other than these two people in these deleted text correspondence about the robbery.
Correct.
And even the correspondence that we have in evidence that shows communication between Miss Riley and someone else, they don't mention the word robbery, do they, sir?
No.
In fact, they don't mention, I need my money from that robbery we committed a few days ago, and I need it now, right?
Not in that context.
Okay. In fact, it's talking about, hey, I need money to buy some crab legs.
Right.
And that's what you took and made a connection to. Oh, she's talking to the person she told me was Baby Slack. And that must mean she's asking for money from the robbery that occurred November the 8th, 2019.
Yes.
Isn't that far reaching?
I don't believe so, no.
Wouldn't it be further reaching than it would be for you to have assisted Cobb County with arresting Miss Riley for the drugs in her dorm? It would have been harder to get her arrested for the drugs in the dorm?
The way I saw it is that robbery is a higher charge. By charging Miss Riley, the sentence would be much, more severe for robbery than it would be for simple possession.
Okay, so you prosecute based on the severity of the crime. So if it's not that severe, you don't really pursue those.
That's an argumentative question. Next question.
You didn't pursue the charges in COG, correct?
Correct.
And you could have.
Objection asked and answered.
We've covered this.
Now, the state showed you in its exhibit a target number associated with Instagram. Do you remember testifying regarding that?
Yes.
And the target number that is on the document that you read from this afternoon when we returned from lunch is not a phone number, correct?
Correct.
And it's not a phone number that connects to Mr. Robinson, correct?
It's a number just assigned from Facebook.
Okay. And the number that's assigned from Facebook can be created by an email address, correct?
No, the number assigned from Facebook is something that the company assigns.
So Facebook is assigning that.
Correct.
All right. So it's connected to an email when you set up, or it's connected to a phone number?
When the account is first opened, honestly, I probably couldn't tell you whether it's a phone number or an email, but it's assigned at the creation of the account to that, and it's linked throughout. So the name of the account can always change, but that particular account is always the same. Like that target number for that account stays the same.
Okay. So as it pertains to the target number, you don't have any evidence that that's an account belonging to Mr. Robinson, correct?
No, I believe I do.
You believe that's Mr. Robinson's account?
Correct.
Do you have any documents associated with proof that, hey, this is Mr. Robinson's account and this is his text message?
Directly where it states his name?
Yes.
No, I don't have that, no.
Okay. So you are now making the assertion that that's Mr. Robinson's account?
Yes.
Now, an Instagram handle can be changed, correct?
Correct.
And you found several profiles when you searched for slime.
Correct.
And you kept searching until you got to a profile for baby slide.
Correct. I'd asked if Ms. Callis if there was, if she could remember more, and she said it was 11 something slat. And so that's when I started focusing on that as opposed to slime.
Okay. And in fact, when you do an 1100 search, that brings up a lot of Instagram accounts too, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, you showed an image in your interrogation video to Ms. Kalish on your phone during that interview. During your November 16th, 2019 interview.
Yes.
And from the two angles of that video, we cannot see the screen of your phone, correct?
Correct.
So you could be showing her a picture of Mr. Robinson, but we would not be able to tell from looking at that video.
Could be, but it's not what I did.
Okay, but we can't tell whether.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testified this morning that the name Tyrone Robinson came up by some investigation you did of an auto accident and picked up another name of Robinson and connected through the accident. This was an auto accident report.
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, did you make a distinction with the Tyrone Jr. that was listed on the report?
I did.
Okay, and you are aware there's a Tyrone Sr.?
Yes.
Tyrone Robinson Jr. and Tyrone Robinson Sr.
The difference would be in the date of birth.
Okay, and did you do any investigation to determine if you had the right Tyrone Robinson?
Yes, I pulled up the driver's license photos for both and saw which one resembled the one in the Instagram profile and which one did not.
Okay, did you show the driver's license information to either Kalish or Riley?
No.
And this driver's license information you had pulled after you spoke with Kalish and Riley on November the 16th, 2019?
Yes, it was later in the night.
Okay. Now, how old, based on your lookup of the driver's license, was Tyrone Robinson Jr.?
I would have to go back. I don't know.
Is it not in your report?
I put the date of birth on there.
Okay, could you look and let us know?
So the date of birth that I located was 9/10/1999 for Tyrone Robinson, and I only wrote the name of the one that fit the image when I pulled up the image.
So you found the date of birth for both?
Yes, but I only wrote the one of the person that matched in my notes.
Which
Okay.
was junior or senior?
I didn't make that distinction in my case notes.
Okay.
Now, you did submit a subpoena to T-Mobile associated with the phone number that you thought connected to a Tyrone Robinson.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you always have the ability to approach witnesses.
Detective Maldonado, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes. Defendants are, it's DR 18. Do you recognize DR 18?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize it as a certified document associated with the T-Mobile searches that you did for the phone?
Yes,
Does it truly and accurately reflect the documents that you had received and a response regarding the subpoena?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to tender DR 18.
Mr. Hiles, any objection to DR 18?
We go into the record, yeah, it's not been properly authenticated, these aren't self-cert, there's no notice of self-authentication. We're not probably talking about it, but this is, we're not getting notice of this.
Okay, Ms. Mignot, your response to whether you've laid a sufficient foundation for business records to come in?
I have, Your Honor, and also this is the discovery, just like the 10,000 or 20,000 pages that opposing counsel gave us. This came from the state.
Well, lots of things may have come from the state that aren't admissible at trial. Business records, if they're coming in, require a certification. I don't have DR 18 in front of me, but if there's a certification accompanying it, then you would have, it would be self-authenticating. If there's no certification that those records are regularly kept in the course of T-Mobile's business, this isn't a witness who can say that. You might have a T-Mobile witness up your sleeve. So to Mr. Hiles's point, absent that certification, I don't think it gets admitted, but it doesn't mean you can't ask the detective about things he acquired during the course of his investigation.
We'll do that, Judge. And
Okay.
if we get the certification, we'll revisit the issue.
We will do that.
All right, so as it pertains to.
I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Hiles?
My objection was that the certificate, this is a copy of the certification, there was just no notice given to the state about, you know.
It's something you provided though, so I'm not, I'm underwhelmed by the notice argument.
No objection.
Okay, and again, I wasn't saying there wasn't a certification. I don't know what's in DR 18, but if that includes the certification, then you have laid a proper foundation. I overrule the notice objection, and DR 18 is in evidence. I don't know if it goes back with the jury, different question, but let's ask, let's press on with Investigator Maldonado.
Thank you. Investigator Maldonado, you testified that the phone number 470-646-4757, you believe to be connected to a Tyrone Robinson, correct?
Correct.
And your investigation revealed that, in fact, in your investigation, you did subpoenas to receive call details and cell sites for that phone, correct?
Correct.
And in your investigation, you came upon information that shows you don't have any cell tower or data associated with that phone number, correct?
Correct.
So as it pertains to the Tyrone Robinson and the phone records, you don't have any evidence that that phone was connected to any particular tower
Correct. T-Mobile said that they actually didn't have any records for that number.
Okay. Now, the state provided you with Instagram account information today regarding Mr. Robinson, Instagram. You remember those that we went over before we went to lunch?
Yes.
Now, someone could use their phone to set up an Instagram account, correct?
Correct.
Somebody could use their phone, their computer to set up an Instagram account.
Correct.
Somebody could use a tablet or any other electronic device to set up the account.
Correct.
And once the account is set up, if the person using a phone, a third person can use their phone and access another person's Instagram account if they have access to the passwords and the login information.
That's correct.
Just like my email, correct?
I can hear you over the door.
I apologize. No, just like an email.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you don't have any evidence that what we've looked at so far, professing to be an Instagram account information for Mr. Robinson, was accessed from someone else's phone, correct?
Correct.
And we know, because of the response T-Mobile gave you, that it's not accessed from Mr. Robinson's phone.
Well, T-Mobile said that they're not the custodians for any record with that number.
So that means the Instagram information we looked at would have had to come from another phone or another device.
Well, the reason I got a subpoena instead of a search warrant was that it was material and relevant to confirm and spell if that even was a good number. This was just a number that came across in my investigation. It wasn't necessarily one that I definitively said this number is associated with them. I was trying to find that information out.
Oh, so as you sit here today, is it your testimony that this phone number, you still don't know if it's even connected to Mr. Robinson?
Well, at least not through T-Mobile.
I'm sorry?
At least not through T-Mobile.
Okay.
So I'm confused. What are the last four? 4757? I'm not asking you any questions, Mr. Hiles.
Yeah. 4757 through T-Mobile, and T-Mobile says they're not the custodian of that.
How did the phone number ending in 4757 become interesting to you?
Sure. Can I go back to refer my notes?
You can refer and then look up and let us know. Mr. Hiles, this is not your space right now.
So that number came from the extraction from the cell phone.
From the cell phone seized from Mr. Robinson.
Right.
In other words, that's the phone number for that phone.
Correct. Just it wasn't through T-Mobile.
Okay, so 4757 might be an AT&T service provider or a Verizon service provider. What the meaning of DR 18 is T-Mobile telling you that that's not our phone. At the time you were asking, we weren't providing service.
Right.
Okay. I'm less confused. Back to you, Ms. Mignon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Maldonado, you don't have any cell tower or cell sites location that connects Mr. Robinson to Wiley Street, correct?
That is correct.
And as it pertains to the Instagram, what we looked at in terms of the pictures or what's posted could be accessed by someone else, correct?
It could be.
Now, you testified that one of the things that you used to take out warrants for my client, Mr. Robinson, was the correspondence between Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalish.
That's
Right?
correct.
That's your main source of believing Mr. Robinson is connected to Wiley Street robbery on November 8th, correct?
Yes.
And you used the conversation between them when they were talking about at least Rick and Baby Slat are still talking to us. You remember making that testimony?
Yes,
And you drew an inference from that statement, because that statement doesn't say anything about they're talking to us even though we robbed the place. Doesn't say anything about a robbery, correct?
correct.
Doesn't say anything about money, correct?
That particular sentence, no.
But you used it to still connect it to the robbery, right?
Yes,
And isn't it true that the name Young Bands came up in your investigation?
yes, it did.
And Young Bands is a well-known rap artist in Atlanta, at least, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say Young Bands is, I would say, rich.
I don't know. I couldn't say.
Has a record deal based on your investigation.
Yes,
And your investigation, based on the text communication you were looking at in the same chain where you saw, hey, at least Rick and Baby Slide are still talking to us. There was communication that said Young Bands blocked Riley, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, he did what?
There was text communication between Riley and Kalish that Young Bands had blocked Riley's phone number, blocked her,
Yes, that's correct.
blocking communication from her.
Correct.
Isn't it true, based on your investigation, that Young Bands blocked her because he realized what they had engaged in and he didn't want anything to do with those women's conduct?
It's possible. I can't speak as to why he blocked.
And it's not uncommon if you have an affiliate or somebody that knows of somebody that you're concerned, hey, they might not speak to me if that person's not speaking to me. It's not uncommon, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any evidence that that's not what Riley and Kalish was talking about in that correspondence, correct?
Right.
You never sought a warrant for Young Bands.
No.
And in fact, if you are to believe the statements you received from Riley, Young Bands is one of the individuals who set up the robbery in the first place, correct?
Correct. He would have been present for the
And-
planning.
I'm sorry, I
He
didn't
would have
mean,
been present for that discussion planning phase.
okay. And in fact, your investigation revealed that my client, Mr. Robinson, was not present for the conspiring of the robbery, correct?
Right.
Detective Maldonado, isn't it true that the only reason you sought warrants for my client was based on what Riley and Kalish told you?
And what's in the cell phone, like the conversations, I use that as my totality.
Okay. And one of them would be, I need crab legs, right?
Right.
And one of them is, hey, at least Baby Slat and Rick are still talking to me.
That's one of them, yes.
Those are two things. And you took this information from two individuals, Riley and Kalish, that you know to be liars, right?
They were inconsistent statements, yes.
And they actually lied to you.
Yes,
And you even found more evidence that Riley and Kalish were at least considering robbing another drug dealer by the name Maddie.
I think it was just one. I can't remember if it was both, but just one of the two.
One of
Yeah,
the
I think it was
two.
Riley.
Okay, Riley shared with you, hey, Lauren was thinking about robbing Maddie, he's a drug dealer.
Lauren and Riley are the same person.
I apologize, Kalish. I want to refer to them as last names since they're both their names start with L. Kalish told you that Riley was trying to set up a robbery of Maddie prior to the November 8th robbery.
Correct.
And that didn't have anything to do with my client, right?
No.
That's information you were gathering in your investigation.
Right.
And according to the information Kalish provided you, Kalish said, hey, that's a bad idea. That guy's got an arsenal. He's got a lot of guns.
That specifically, I don't remember that one. but-
Okay, you don't remember that conversation,
I don't.
but you do know that in your interrogation video that Kalish said she didn't think it was a good idea. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Yet you still sought warrants for my client based on your knowledge of what Riley and Kalish has been engaging in even prior to November 8th.
Yes, I did.
And you never sought any charges for any additional crimes you were able to find after November 8th as it pertains to Riley or Kalish, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Pritchett, accused, do you have questions for Investigator Maldonado?
Yes.
How are you doing today, sir?
Good, sir. How's your afternoon?
That's good. That's good. um, in your interview with Miss Riley, do you remember at any moment did she state that she saw the individual that she knows as Rick and the other individual that she knew as Slime or Baby Slot? Did she state at any point that she saw those gentlemen with guns or masks?
So Ms. Riley didn't provide any names at first, but she said she didn't see anyone with a gun, and did not at that point of the robbery.
Okay. What about Ms. Kalish? In her interview, did she at any point state to you that she saw a mask or guns?
No.
And you remember at the end of Ms. Kalish's interview, her having an emotional phone call with her mother.
I do recall.
And you remember her stating to her mother also that she saw no mask or guns.
I don't recall the conversation between her and her mom. I remember allowing her the opportunity to talk, but I don't remember the contents of that.
Okay. Well, I'll go back to just when you and her were talking. In that second part, not the first part, but the second part of her interview, do you recall her specifically stating that even after the incident, she never saw any guns or mask in the car or wherever the next?
Hearsay.
How is it hearsay?
Talking about the conversation with her mother.
No, I'm talking about the conversation.
No, this is back to, he said, let's just go back to when the two of you were talking.
Yes.
So repeat your question.
When the two of you were talking on the second interview where she took the opportunity, to tell you the truth, do you recall her stating that even after the incident, she never saw guns or masks?
That is correct.
You know Mr. O'Hare, correct?
I do.
What is he to you? What do you know him as? What does he do?
He is Investigator O'Hare. He is assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit, and his unit goes and arrests people with outstanding warrants from major crimes units.
Okay. Do you remember the phone number that he provided you with for Pritchett?
I would have to refer to my notes to refresh my memory on the number,
Go
but
ahead.
he did provide me a number.
Can you go ahead and just
Yes.
refresh and let me know what that number says too, once you find it?
Can I read that number straight off? I won't remember the whole number.
Sure. If looking at that refreshes your recollection, share with us your refreshed recollection.
Okay, it's the number that he provided is 470-234-9999. 3324
And you acquired search warrant for that phone,
for the phone number.
for the phone number? Can you, so you got phone records though for that?
That is correct.
Okay, okay.
When you're trying to get phone records, do you just send them to Verizon, T-Mobile, and see where it comes back, hence the T-Mobile strikeout?
Sure. So in 2019, we were using a system called Accurate, where you could type in a phone number and it would give you a presumed custodian of the number. Nowadays, in 2024, we can actually get the correct number, but there's been times where you would send it to a company and they say, we're not the custodian of this record, and then you would have to find which company it actually would belong to.
And when you say custodian, that would be the service provider.
Correct. The service provider who is the custodian of the phone records.
Okay.
When you require those phone records for that number, was there any evidence that it was connected to a tower near the location of 1040 Wiley Street?
No, there actually were no phone calls during that time period.
When going through that phone number and the phone records, were there any communication from that number to Lauren Riley?
I would have to go back and look. I don't have that offhand. I can't recall.
That's not something you have in front of you?
No.
Okay. Can you recall if there was any conversations from that phone number to Lindsay Callish?
Ms. Callis said that she communicated via WhatsApp, not by phone.
To that phone number?
Not to that phone number, but communicated with who she said was Max Pritchett through WhatsApp, but not by phone. Not by like cellular communications. Like using a text message or a phone call, it was through a different type. WhatsApp is an internet-based communication. She said that's how she communicated with.
And you have those records?
I do not know.
When going through the Instagram dump of the profile with the vanity name Rick Rare, did you find any communication from that profile to Lauren Riley's Instagram profile?
As far as messages go, I can't recall.
Did you find any communication from that profile to Lindsay Callish's?
I did not.
Now, according to your statements that you received from the victims of the incident, they were inconsistent, correct, or consistent?
As far as
the gunmen?
they were varying degrees of descriptions.
Okay. Do you remember any victims stating to you that they saw, do you remember any other victims stating to you if they saw any tattoos on any of the gunmen?
Yes.
Which victim was that?
I'd have to go back to see exactly which one it was, but they said it was like on the shoulder. We don't say. That would be the victim, Mr. Carmody.
Okay. And he stated that the tattoo was observed on the upper left arm shoulder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. According to your investigation and the footage that you have acquired regarding the incident, were there any footage or any evidence to show that two gunmen entered the Mercedes Benz of Lauren Riley?
No, there was no footage of that.
Was there any footage of them leaving that Benz and entering the location 1040 Watts?
There's no footage of the gunman and the Mercedes together, but there is footage of the gunman entering the incident location.
Okay. Was there an investigation for the individual young bands? Was there any questioning or anything that you acquired from him, or
No, I
being
did
that
not speak to young bands.
Okay. And why was that? I mean, his name was mentioned, just like other individuals' names were mentioned.
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
Would it have been someone else's decision other than your own to try to interview whoever you figured out young bands to be?
So the individual young bands was identified as Voss Coleman. He came up during my investigation. When I was talking to the district attorney's office, I was trying to see if we should, pursue that route, and it was decided not to pursue at that point in time.
Okay.
No further questions.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any redirect? We'll work through everyone's recross then as well. How long do you think your redirect will be?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, do you all want a break? I see 2 times for a break right now, or assuming you've got questions for the investigator, during the time the lawyers and I are going through your questions, we could do your break then. Do you want to get through the remaining redirect, recross? Yes, is what I'm seeing. Okay, you'll make it. Mr. Hiles, let's get going.
You have where's the defense exhibit that was just?
It's
right in front of him.
Okay, please look to the back, second page of that. And what sort of records is that requesting?
Timing advance records.
Timing advance records, are those different from call detail records?
Yes.
Okay, what is a timing advance record?
So a timing advance record, in a simplified version, basically it can give you a geographic location for a very small amount of period of time. It can be as little as every minute, it could be every couple of minutes, but essentially is a tracking of that phone wherever it was during this requested time frame.
Okay, so what that record shows is that there was no timing direct or timing advance records.
That's correct.
So I'm directing your attention to what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 30 as T-Mobile records of Mr. Robinson for 470-646-4757. And do you recognize this business record authentication letter?
Can I see the whole thing? But
He's asking if you could see the whole thing.
Oh, I can.
So if you can scroll down.
and yes,
Okay, and this letter being accompanied with Okay, so is this when you send a search warrant for call detail records, is this the form that they were returned in?
yes,
Okay, and was there in fact call detail records associated with Mr. Robinson's phone number that were returned?
correct.
So the assertion that no records were returned from defense counsel is not correct.
Just no return of timing advance records.
Okay, that doesn't mean there's no records at all.
Correct.
So can call detail records, can those still tell you the consistent locations a person is making a call from?
Yes, the difference between the two is the timing is every so often, it can be that very minute time frame, but call detail records have to rely on a phone call. So they only give you location when a phone call is placed.
So I want to turn your attention now to the phone extraction of Mr. Robinson. Okay. And this is the bottom of page 1961. Will you please read what's been marked as column 44 and then the highlighted number?
Sure. It says com.apple.madrid, and it's making message that this is talking specifically to the application called iMessage. And it says Apple authentication process has been performed for the following Apple IDs. And then it provides two different numbers, one of which being that 4757 number.
Okay. And does this appear to be a text thread with the 4757 number inside of Mr. Robinson's extraction?
Yes, it does.
Is a separate text thread inside of Mr. Robinson's extraction with the 4757 number that you have associated with that?
Yes.
This a separate iMessage in I guess thread with the number ending in 4757 from the iPhone extraction of Mr. Robinson.
It is.
Is an additional.
It is.
It's an additional iPhone conversation through the phone taken off of Mr. Robinson with the number ending in 4757.
It is.
Okay, I want to go to a few other, just going to keep scrolling through. But I want to go back to, okay. So inside of Mr. Robinson's extraction, this is the page number 448 of his phone dump. And column 79 on 448, what does it say that it got this source from?
It says it came from Instagram.
Okay. And is the GOAT 1100, another Instagram handle that was present inside of Mr. Robinson's Instagram dump.
Yes, it was.
Okay, will you please read the target number associated with Mr. Robinson's with the GOAT 1100?
Sure, it's 307-640912.
Okay, and in that message, what does the first message on the screen say?
They're sending that phone number.
Okay, and who does it say that that phone number is sent from?
From the person whose Instagram is the GOAT 1100.
Okay, I'm going to stop this here. And I'm going to go to Mr. Robinson's Instagram now. All right. Please read the target number for the account 1100 baby site.
Yes, it's 307-640912.
Okay. And is that the same target number from the phone dump that we were just looking at, Instagram messages and the phone extraction of Mr. Tyrone Robinson?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you please tell me what the registered email address is associated with Tyrone Robinson's Instagram account, 1100 baby slap?
It is Robinson Tyrone 999@gmail.com.
Okay. And at the time that these Instagram records were returned, can you please tell me what the vanity name associated with Mr. Robinson's account was?
It'd be underscore the GOAT 1100.
Okay, I'm going to stop this here. Please tell me the sender's name in this message.
Sure, it'd be the Instagram account, the GOAT underscore the GOAT 1100.
Okay, and what is the target ID number?
It is the 307-640912.
And what is the phone number sent in that message?
It is the T-Mobile number ending in 4757.
All right, what's that? How does that work?
Sure. So it's an end-to-end encrypted service. Basically, messages aren't stored like they would be for a text message. You have to have both ends of the device, hence end-to-end. So if I'm sending you a message on WhatsApp, no one else can see that message unless they have one of our phones. But we can also delete it, and when it's deleted, it's gone.
So if one person deletes that message, is it gone?
From that device, but it also can be deleted for everyone. They have a feature where you can delete just on your end, or you can delete it for both sides.
Okay, so one party with a WhatsApp communication device could delete a conversation from both devices?
Correct.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
Ms. Mignot, do you have any recross of Investigator Maldonado?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your turn.
Starting with defendants R18 in front of you. You requested call details with cell sites, correct?
Correct.
And you got no cell sites back, placing Mr. Robinson's phone at Wiley Street, correct?
Correct.
As it pertains to the numbers council just went through, let's talk about the text thread. The text thread on page 448, which professes to be from Mr. Robinson's phone, it does not show any information about a robbery, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't show any information about Wiley Street, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't show any information about money stolen, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't show any information about drugs stolen, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that Ms. Riley never said anything about the GOAT 1100?
That's correct.
Never came up.
Correct.
And Ms. Kalish never said anything to you in your investigation about the GOAT 1100.
Correct.
Counsel pointed your direction to a Robinson Tyrone 999@gmail.com. You remember looking at that just a few seconds ago?
Yes.
You had 2 Tyrone Robinsons that you located in your investigation, correct?
Correct.
You don't know which one of them this email address belongs to, correct?
That's correct.
There is no registered phone number associated with the data we just went over, correct?
With cell phone records?
Yes, yes.
But there is, the cell phone records are for that one number.
The 4757 number we were talking about.
Right.
Same one depicted in DR 18.
Correct.
All right. And as it pertains to your testimony, you said WhatsApp can be deleted on both ends by one person.
Right.
And the only person you had that deleted stuff based on your investigation was Lauren and Riley, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
And to the accused, any follow-up?
In your phone extraction for the phone records of Mr. Pritchett, that number, which was from O'Hare, 470-234-3324. Did you see the WhatsApp messages, any WhatsApp messages from that phone to Lauren Riley or Lindsay Callis?
No, because there are 2 separate, WhatsApp is different from the actual cell phone records held by the provider.
Okay. Jurors, if you have questions for Investigator Maldonado, let's get those to Deputy Gordon, and then we will start your afternoon break. Thank you, sir. You all should head on into the jury room, the hallway, whatever you need for the break, and we'll see you in a little bit. Please don't talk about the case. No outside research. Ms. Mignot, would you have any objection if I bifurcated this trial and what went to the jury first was everything except for count 18, which is participation in criminal street gang activity, and we see what the result of those deliberations are, and then see what the state wants to do depending on the outcome of their deliberations on everything except for count 18?
Can I discuss?
You should. I just want to lay that out there. You don't need to answer affirmatively right now, but think about that.
Yes, sir. You need an answer before I leave today, Judge?
Probably not because, well, it depends. There goes the hand slapping. I don't know who the state's next witness is, but we will get through this witness and want to start the next witness. Who is your next witness?
2 witnesses left in the trial. I've got Velasquez, who is 418 just towards Mr. Pritchett, and then JP Miller.
Okay, so they're both gang related, because if we're bifurcating, then we wouldn't get into Velasquez. That would be something that would come in phase 2 of the trial, along with Miller, which is the PowerPoint and the videos that are the other part of the 418. So what I'll call the Robinson half of the 418. I guess we would need to cross that bridge before the next witness is called, because if Velasquez starts testifying, then we're into the core of the state's case in which they seek to connect the 2 defendants to gang activity. I know there's been some peripheral green handkerchief and the color of the shoes and everything, but one way to get a partial verdict would be to send this to the jury minus count 18 and all the baggage that comes with it, the 418 rulings, this PowerPoint, et cetera. So you can say, Judge, I don't even want to answer that question. During the break, you and Ms. Blake and Mr. Robinson should think about it. I need to get these questions to you first, so let me finish numbering them. All right, let me read them, and then, I'll hand them over.
Did you want me to come up and?
In a minute, because we're also taking a break. In fact, if you all need to take a break, why don't you do that now, including Ms. Rivers? I'll read through these. We'll come back from the break a little bit early, so let's keep it 5-6-ish minutes. And we'll go over these and then bring the jurors in. Okay, so I'll mute the microphone and let's Thank you. So I'm gonna go by the numbers here. Questions on card 65. First is, why didn't you search young Band's home? Not a problem there. Then there are a couple questions about gangs. How do you become an official member and this and that? I don't think they're appropriate questions for this witness. And so my thought is to save them for the next witness or the witness after. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Hiles?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
Is that number 66, Judge?
No, card 65 has 4 questions.
Oh, okay.
The first is, why didn't you search young Band's home? I'm going to ask that. The second and third are, how do you become an official member? Do some kids wear gang colors just hoping to be part? I don't think this is the right witness for that. He's not qualified as a gang expert, and there is a witness with whom we can explore that if we're not bifurcating. And so my proposal is to not ask the middle 2 questions. The fourth question says, what was time period defendant from baby slat to the goat? I think I understand what they're getting at, and I think the detective can talk about from the records, here's baby slat, here's the goat 1100. But the middle 2, I don't intend to ask. Any objection?
No objection.
And Mr. Pritchett, no objection? Okay. There's card 67 is all about searching through Instagram to try to find direct messages and whatnot. I will ask those. 66 is a question about the second, I don't know if it's a ring camera, surveillance camera in the neighborhood showing when the car was going around. I will ask that. Card 64 is almost stream of consciousness. It says linked media dated, there's a date, which is later than the incident. Why? Preservations 1 and 2, and there's a date. Why? And then I think the substantive question, which is, does that mean a lot of things could be deleted before the preservation date? I'm not sure what the linked media dated February 8th, 2024 is all about. I'm gonna start with you, Mr. Hiles. Does that mean something to you?
So sometimes it'll just like the date of the file transfer it's not like when we get linked media, the date we get the file transfer, that'll be the title of it. And then the actual date it was linked is like the edit.
So I'm not aware of any extractions, info from Instagram or anything coming as late in the game as February 2024.
So that's like when if it was copied to a disk or like copied like in preparation for trial, it'll show like, all right, it's copied on like this date, and then you go into the link.
I understand that, but so am I correct that there wasn't evidence acquired from a service provider or out of a phone in February of last year?
No, but when I'm trained, like I take all this stuff, and when I put it in the trial, or put it in the record, I take it and copy it onto
I get it, and that's going to show up in your last trial. There was lots of debates about, couldn't this date change? Okay, I'm going to ask the witness about when things were acquired, and then we'll go from there. Does that work for you, Ms. Mignot?
Works for me, Judge.
All right, Mr. Pritchett? Okay. And then we're to young bands. I think it's question 63 is why wasn't he looked into further? That's appropriate, and I'm going to ask that. 62 is a little more complicated. You stated the DA instructed you or the investigative team not to pursue young bands. What was the reasoning given by the DA's office? Technically hearsay, but if you don't object to it, Ms. Mignot or Mr. Pritchett, it's out there now. You were very appropriately exploring, why don't you do something with this guy? And the answer was, I was told, my words, not Maldonado's, I was told to tap the brakes by the DA's office. Do you have any issue with Maldonado sharing what he recalls the discussion to be?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, Mr. Pritchett, your concerns about that, Mr. Hiles? Okay, then that's what I'll cover with the jurors. We'll bring them in a moment. I just want to I know this was short notice, but I want us to talk about how we're going forward. The next two witnesses all relate to the gang activity count 18. In particular, Miller, who's going to dive deep into that. That's where the videos would come in. The other witness gets into Mr. Pritchett's prior home invasion conviction. And I'm wondering if you had a chance. I know you had a chance, and it's not much of a chance. And so I wasn't trying to jam you up. I didn't have the idea until the middle of Maldonado's testimony that, wait a minute, I may be able to control how this flows. I think I can over objection, but I don't want to do certain things over objection. What are your thoughts about bifurcation?
I've spoken to my client, Your Honor, and he wants to accept the bifurcation.
Okay. Mr. Pritchett, I didn't engage you on this initially because I wanted to let Mr. Robinson, his lawyer, work through it. If I were to, I don't know that I will, but if I were to bifurcate this trial, what would go to the jury first would be all the counts of the indictment, except anything I grant a directed verdict on, which we'll deal with later, and the one gang count. And that would mean that the jury right now would not hear from the gang expert. They wouldn't see that PowerPoint that we've spent a lot of time talking about. They wouldn't watch the two videos with Mr. Robinson in them, and they wouldn't hear about your prior home invasion because the state is getting that in per my ruling through its alleged connection to gang activity. They wouldn't hear about it now. They'd issue a verdict. Regardless of that verdict, the state would still be able to go forward with the gang count and present those two witnesses and anything else they wanted to present that they'd given everyone notice of. But they might not, depending on the verdict. If the jury finds you guilty of a bunch of the serious offenses, the state may say, you know what, we're going to dismiss that. That's their call. They're going to make that decision. But the first set of deliberations would be, did the state meet its burden on home invasion, armed robbery, aggravated assault, and aggravated battery, and not the gang piece? And what Ms. Mignot has said is that she doesn't oppose this bifurcation. You haven't had a whole lot of time to think about it. You don't get to consult with anyone. Do you have a reaction to that notion?
So if there is no opposing force for me, how does this deal? Like, what's the next process? And like, what they call, like, what a different witness they have, or?
So I'm not sure I follow. Let me give you the two scenarios, and then you can ask your question again. If I decide to bifurcate and say, let's just hold off on the gang count, then I think the state's done. I don't decide that for them, but the two witnesses they've told me they have left only relate to that count. And so what would happen then would be that Mr. Hiles would say the state rests. I'm gonna send the jury home. We've got lots to talk about because the state rests. But they wouldn't have any more witnesses at this point because I'm saying, let's deal with the gang charge after the jury decides what it's gonna do with all the other charges. If I don't bifurcate, or Mr. Hiles convinces me that I shouldn't or can't, maybe legally I can't, then the next witness is going to either be the detective who's going to talk about your other home invasion or the gang expert. Those are the two that the state have said are left. And we'd hear that, and the jury would be deliberating on all the stuff, armed robbery, this, that, whatever, and the gang count. So that's the difference.
Okay, so I understand. I don't oppose to that.
The bifurcation? Okay. Mr. Hiles, I know you've got passionate thoughts about this. Why don't you share with me your thoughts about bifurcation.
Well, start with, in my opening statements, relying on the 418, I told the jury that one, they would hear the other acts as to why Mr. Pritchett left his phone in the car. I also told them that
So he didn't leave his phone in the car, he left his phone in the apartment.
He did not bring his phone.
Mhm.
I laid it out specifically and I told them that they would hear about it.
Okay,
And I just got an email. Yeah, so
Mr. Armstrong's weighing in.
somebody. And so that's one. I think it's unfair because I've already promised something that they would not hear. And if this would have been bifurcated at the beginning.
If I had thought of it in the beginning, then you wouldn't have said that in the opening. I appreciate that.
And I could have, and if you've done it like, I could have filed 4 to 4 essentially, because, and all, because that would I think be admissible under 404B, but I didn't think it was appropriate because.
Which would have been admissible.
Prior acts, as the motive.
Okay,
Possibly.
all right, we don't have to litigate that now.
Litigate that now.
Yep.
But also too, the gang evidence shouldn't be excluded, because it is also motive and goes to intent to commit the crime. I intentionally withheld a lot of the information on that phone dump, through Maldonado that I would have brought out had I known, that this was even going to be potential.
What's an example?
So it is the,
And whose phone?
Mr. Robbins,
Mhm.
the only one that's in evidence. There is no phone in there.
Okay,
Yeah, so it is showing evidence. I showed a couple pictures, but evidence that Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson were together consistently, wearing the gang colors with other gang members. It is more than just 2 photos, not something that shows that they're just.
but them being together wearing the gang colors would be evidence of the count that nothing's being excluded, it's being deferred. It would be, sure, if we end up getting to the gang count, that could all be shared, but them wearing the gang colors doesn't advance, were they the people who were the home invaders?
So, but it does, it goes to motive, and it's essentially, it's intrinsic evidence and evidence to motive. I told the jury, at the very beginning too, that this was a gang motivated crime. It was motivated by gangs, greed, and lust. And I think I'm being undercut here, from fulfilling, what I was told, what I told the jury I would be showing. I would not have said that. I would not have said any of that. And it's only 2 more witnesses. And
Yeah, but with this group, that's a day, we are crushing this jury.
So I would also cite 2 cases why it would be inappropriate. It would be one, Middlebrook v. State, 310 GA 748, as well as England v. State, 302 GA 333.
Okay, I know right now you are way out ahead of yourself with those cases. Any idea what they say other than that an appellate person said, throw these numbers at the judge? I'll be looking at them right now too, but I will look at them.
It goes to show why exclusion and bifurcation is not proper, because it goes, even if the gang charge wasn't charged, this would be proper evidence as to motive and intent.
You rely pretty heavily on motive. You are suggesting that Mr. Pritchett's prior home invasion would come in for motive?
No, but it could come in to show plan or course of conduct, especially when.
Did he wear either a monkey mask or a purge mask or he just sit in the car for the other home invasion?
No, but what's key about the other home invasion is the importance and the reliance on cell phone data to.
But that's nothing to do with motive.
But it has to do with plan.
Okay. They used it, okay.
So I would quote. So
Ms. Green, if you've got it, you're welcome to chime in. I don't know if you've read them.
I'm just facilitating. the,
So Bullard v. Bullard v. State. State.
So Middlebrooks. Middlebrooks doesn't talk about bifurcation at all. Send that one back to the appellate section.
Bullard.
Middlebrooks is a great gang case for the state, but it's not.
So. Bullard v. State, 307 GA 482, 2019. When do you get back?
Can you give me the site again, please?
307 GA 482, 2019.
Thank you. Does that deal with bifurcation?
It does.
Okay, that'll be the first of the citations you provided that deals with bifurcation.
So at 489, it says, generally speaking, bifurcation of trial on the grounds that evidence admitted to prove one charge or prejudice the jury in its consideration of other charges is unnecessary if such evidence is legally material to and independently admissible as proof of those other charges. This bifurcation was not necessary here if evidence of Bullard's gang affiliation would have been admissible in separate trial. So, I mean, in under 418, it comes in as propensity evidence.
I get it. If there's a gang charge.
Could you say that again?
307 Georgia 482. So you're feeling like the probative value, it's relevant. I want to be real clear. There's nothing we're talking about here that is irrelevant. The evidence that would be deferred. I'm trying to weigh the incremental probative value of this jury hearing all about this other stuff when they've heard from two witnesses who have said, those are the guys who were there. I was with them. And they did it, and we did it, and we went back to Young Band's place, and we spread all the stuff out. It is prejudicial, but that's not a reason to keep it out, unless, of course, that prejudice, and keep it out is the wrong word, to defer it till a later point. I'm not seeing, other than proving the count that could be tried by this jury a little bit later, I'm not understanding the incremental probative value for the armed robberies, the home invasions, the aggravated batteries, and the two gun counts.
Because it goes to motive and intent as well. So all of this was planned at a household. If you look at, another reason I admitted the video of the arrest is because of the YSL art and references painted on the wall. There is YSL members all together that planned it there. And defense counsel has done an effective job of some, making some of the records seem confusing. And I think this goes to show that it helps dispel that confusion, to show that it wasn't some sort of random act mistake. This was gang members together.
Isn't the evidence that Riley said, hey, let's do this?
Yeah. And she also said that she was excited to hang out with YSL members and she liked the thrill of it. And that's why she thought that they would go along with it.
So your considered opinion is that the issues that going into the next two witnesses and the 418 material might present on appeal, if there's an appeal, those are sufficiently minor and the importance and value of the evidence is sufficiently great that you oppose bifurcation?
Yes, I oppose bifurcation and for the fact too that I promised.
I can fix the promise. I can fix the promise. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I understand both sides of it. I'm struggling with it. So, I mean, other than the first two cases you cited, but I can fix the promise part.
I think I should still at least be allowed to call, if you're gonna bifurcate it, I should still be allowed to call Velasquez. Because I should still be able to call Velasquez, even if not considering the count.
Okay. I won't bifurcate, but you need to let Miller know that you're going to get very little time marching through that PowerPoint. As a recent survivor of that PowerPoint in another case, we don't need the depth of history and detail, and I will cut it off if we're going into, and this guy founded this one over here, and if we're learning a lot about what went on in Los Angeles, I will cut it off. So you're going to call these folks. I won't bifurcate. And it's not a knock against Miller or you. I'm not going to require the defense to object that we are getting further and further afield. It's about YSL allegedly and a spinoff of YSL. And so we need to get into YSL real quickly. There was about 30 minutes of Miller about stuff about people who are long since literally dead, what was going on in Los Angeles and this and that. All accurate, but not necessary.
I'll cut that out.
Excellent. That's the compromise. All right. Then we need to bring the jurors in. They need to hear Investigator Maldonado answer these questions. And we'll probably stop there because you all will get to follow up rather than put Velasquez on for 30 seconds. It's a Friday and the jurors want to get out of here. But I want to be able to tell them when I send them home. Oh, and you should know, one of the jurors asked, with this being, in parentheses, allegedly gang related, are our names sealed or private, or will they be public? So I'm going to address that for them before they leave. And that wasn't one that they submitted. They handed it to Deputy Gordon. So I'll address that. But you're down to two witnesses. What's your estimate? I know you don't control cross-examination, but you've now seen cross-examination. You think we're done by lunchtime tomorrow with your case? Not tomorrow, Monday?
I personally do. I was not planning on spending more than 15 minutes with Velasquez on direct.
Ms. Mignot should have about 2 questions for Velasquez. There'll be an instruction before he testifies that has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Robinson. You get to ask as many as you want, but I forecast not too many from Ms. Mignot. Mr. Pritchett may have a whole bunch and he can do that. But it sounds like if you're going to be that brief-ish with Velasquez, that won't be very long. And then it's Miller, who will take longer necessarily, but you're committing to do a Reader's Digest version of the ancient history of YSL and hybrid and more quickly get into the meat and potatoes of this is YSL, this is what's going on in Atlanta and the spinoff, and then all the stuff that I overruled where you've got your iron triangle where we're actually talking about Pritchett and Robinson. That may take a while, but you're proving your case then.
Yes.
Okay. I feel better about that. Ms. Mignot, you're gonna have all weekend to think about it, but I'm wondering if you could give me a preview right now that you've had a chance to, and I don't mean this in a bad way, you're doing your job, beat up on Kalish and Riley, and through Maldonado, beat up on them some more. Do you envision calling either of them back or any of their parents? And again, you're not committing right now, but if you were crystal balling it, do you envision doing any of that?
If I'm crystal balling it, not holding me to it,
None of this is holding you to it.
no.
Okay. But like I said, you have all weekend to think about it, and you and Ms. Blake, I'm sure will have a skull session and it may change, but currently you don't see reeling any of it. We're bringing Ms. Riley back on Monday as a just in case, but you currently, based on the effectiveness of your cross-examination of those two, and then through Maldonado, you don't envision bringing them back. Okay. All right. Mr. Pritchett, now's the time to tell me what witnesses you thought you might call if you present any evidence. You don't have to present any at all, but that might be on Monday when it's time to do that, whether it's you testifying or you having other witnesses present.
I have a list of names. Some of them are already on, this, so on the state's witness list.
Okay,
But like their, brief says, like, some of them may or may not be called. It's just.
right. So you're giving me a list of potential witnesses. All right, can you share that?
First one is Lauren Riley. Second one is Jackson Buckingham. Third one is Lindsay Callish. Fourth one is Alex Ellis.
Who would that be?
Friend.
A friend of yours? Okay. You spell it standard spelling, Alex, and then Ellis, Ellis?
The next one, I think that's the fifth one, would be Voss Coleman. Sixth one would be Holden Carmody. Next one would be Officer R. Wright.
Is that, okay. She testified, but she's now Weems, I think, but that's the same, the one who already testified?
Yeah, I believe that is.
Okay.
And the next one would be Marquise Abdullah.
Is that on the list or that's someone you know?
It's somebody I know that's not on this.
Marquise and then Abdullah?
Yes.
All right.
Next one would be Amber Hannons.
Spell the last name?
Hannans.
All right.
And the next one would be Maldonado.
Well, he's testifying right now. How would you possibly, why would he need to come back again?
Just if like some important, because all the time that I take when I'm back, I kind of just research and do other things, but I may have some more potential questions.
Okay, so the way the process works is generally I'm gonna call it 1 1/4 bites at the apple. You get your direct and cross, and then there's redirect and recross. That's the quarter of the bite. It would have to be something extraordinary for Mr. Hiles to be able to say, oh, I gotta put Buckingham back on the stand. You had a chance. You don't get to keep doing this. So for all the people who've already testified, you need to let me know, well, 2 things. One, other than Riley, you need to figure out how to get him here. Riley will be here on Monday, but I don't have the ability to make anyone else be here. But you can work with people you've got on the outside. But you need to explain to me outside the presence of the jury why you're putting them on the stand again. There may be great reasons. Hey, I didn't know about this until a witness who testified after, I'll make it up. Buckingham said, the guy who came in had an eye patch. And then later on, someone testified and said, there's no eye patch. They were wearing masks or something that you only learned after Buckingham testified. So you couldn't have asked him about it. That would be a reason to have him come back. Not, hey, it's my turn and now I'm going to ask him some questions. Because you already had an opportunity to ask Mr. Buckingham questions. But we can talk about that Monday morning. Ellis, Abdullah, and Hannons, you don't have to tell me anything about them, but you need to understand that, and Coleman, the 4 of them, the thing they cannot do when they come in and testify is provide alibi testimony. Okay, you understand that?
And I may be.
You have an absolute right to do that. You can say anything you want when you're we'll work through it, but there's a different set of rules governing if you choose to testify. Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions we need to work? Well, we'll do that. Let's get the jurors back in here. And then we'll, if you have questions or concerns about that witness list, I'm committing to having Ms. Riley back here on Monday. I think that it ends my involvement in all that.
Yeah, and anything so Ms. Riley is represented, so any communications with her need to go through her attorney as well.
Same with Callish. Right. Okay. Let's bring the jurors back in, get through these questions and the follow-up and let them enjoy their weekend.
Any chance we can do last ones today?
If they want to stay late.
It'll be quick. I think we can get them up and down.
You have less credibility than you'd like in that space.
I don't want to.
Okay, that's good to know. So it won't be quick.
All right, let's do it. Use the president stand for.
Hello, jurors. Well, you had a little longer break than you may have thought you were going to have. I was engaging with all the parties to see where we are in the process, ways in which things might be tailored to fit in the allotted time, et cetera. I'm going to talk to you about that in a little bit, but we left Investigator Maldonado hanging in witness limbo. So I have a few questions for him based on your questions. We'll see if there's follow-up and we'll go from there. Let's start with young bands. Explain to the jurors why you never sought a search warrant or consent to search that apartment that is associated with young bands and certain aspects of the allegations of this case.
Sure. At the current schedule that I had, I came in at 4 p.m. The Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit typically conducts their search warrants earlier in the day. I was notified, hey, we've cleared the scene. We're bringing Mr. Pritchett to headquarters. And it was at that point that I responded. So the scene had already been unsecured. Anything of value in the apartment probably would have been gone at that point in time. And that was my reasoning, is to not elect to seek a search warrant for the apartment.
So I'll make sure I'm clear. I'm not talking about 1040 Wiley. You're talking, so you also were notified however many days later that someone had been arrested in or near the young band's apartment, and that's what you're referring to?
Yes, that is what I'm referring to. It was an address, I believe, on 14th Street.
Okay. Any reason, when did you first learn that that address was an address of interest to your investigation?
Upon speaking to Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalish, they mentioned that they, when they finally got around to mentioning young bands, mentioned that they had met up at his apartment in Midtown. They weren't exactly sure of the address in Midtown, but pointed to being a condo in Midtown. And then eventually we were able to determine where he lived at. And that's how that address became of importance.
Okay. But that would have been November 16th or later that you figured out the address that was associated with young bands.
That is correct.
If the scheme to do this home invasion was allegedly planned at young band's condo and you received evidence, these are all assumptions, you can tell a jury, I didn't know that, I did know that, and you received information that young bands was involved in the planning part of it, why didn't you investigate him further as, I guess we call it a co-conspirator?
So upon learning about how the incident was planned at his apartment, and how allegedly they had made, he and allegedly Mr. Pritchett had reached out to people to be involved in this robbery, I considered the possibility of looking at a party to a crime, essentially charging them with the same exact charges, even though he wasn't physically at the apartment, kind of similar, or the apartment, 1040 Wiley Street, similar to how Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalish were both charged, even though they weren't physically the ones that committed the robbery. Had a discussion with members of the DA's office, and felt that at that point in time, we didn't really necessarily have enough that could be a successful prosecution against young bands or Boz Coleman. And as a result, was the reason why charges weren't sought for his arrest.
Is that a decision ultimately that the district attorney's office gets to make, or you get to make?
Ultimately, as an officer, I have the discretion for the charging. However, I'm not the one prosecuting a case. I'm not the one that has to put things before a jury. And so I relied on their recommendations, since they are the experts in the courtroom per se.
Got it. You described viewing different surveillance footage around the 1040 Wiley, the ring camera at 1040 Wiley that showed the door, but also you said there was a neighbor who provided some that showed the car driving around. Can you share with the jury the timeline, what was captured first, how did they overlap or not overlap?
Sure. The incident happened on 1040 Wiley Street. Wiley Street intersects with another street called Weatherby. And there was a house on Weatherby that had an extensive amount of cameras. Those cameras were motion activated. So they're not constantly running. It's just when it detects something, kind of similar to how Ring cameras or Vivint operate now, it detects motion and starts recording. So it picked up the vehicle when it stopped next to the house. And then when it gets activated, it records for about 30 seconds and then it kind of stops again, which is why we only see the vehicle when it's coming through at different segments. The Mercedes in question turned down Weatherby coming from the direction of 1040 Wiley Street, made a U-turn and then parked in front of the house. And so that's when it was captured. And then when it went later on, it went straight through the intersection of Wiley Street and Weatherby and just sat at a stop sign with its lights off. So that's how we're able to see that. But that was, and I don't have an actual map in front of me to give you the exact distance, but it's just an estimate, maybe 4 to 6 houses down from the Wiley Street address. If you travel westbound, Weatherby is the next street, and then the cameras came from that intersection.
If you were to place the different video segments chronologically, would all the Weatherby segments have been recorded before the footage that showed white jacket, I think that was Kalish, and red shoes, Riley, going inside the 1040 address, or after, or the same time?
So the footage when the Mercedes first appears on those Weatherby cameras is prior to everything. As I testified before, you could actually see a female sitting in the passenger seat. And then the footage that I confronted Ms. Riley with during the initial interview, or the second interview when we brought her back, is the fact that her vehicle, via timestamp, was driving around while she was allegedly inside of the party.
The Rick Rare and 1100 Baby Slat Instagram names, did you come across those through Ms. Riley's Instagram friends list or Ms. Kalish's, or some other way?
They came from Ms. Kalish's followers and following list on Instagram.
Did you search through either Ms. Riley or Ms. Kalish's messages on Instagram to see if there were any messages between Kalish and Rick Rare or Baby Slat, or Riley and Rick Rare or Baby Slat?
I did, and I was not able to locate it.
Do you recall the dates, or are you able, by looking at your report, to figure out the dates when you obtained the records from Instagram and the phone records?
So that would have to refer back to it again.
Please do. In particular, the Instagram. So I think there's Riley Instagram and Kalish Instagram. And Mr. Howes, if there are exhibits that we could show Investigator Maldonado so we can find it sooner, it doesn't even need to be on the screen. If it's in evidence, we could just put it in front of him. Let me put it in context. The ultimate question is this: about how far did the preservation requests go in and these requests to Instagram occur after the incident, such that, gosh, things could have been deleted? Obviously, it wasn't instantaneous. You weren't even on the case right away. But the inquiry is, how much time passed from November 8th, 2019 to you getting to Instagram saying, don't delete anything else for these addresses of interest?
So the preservation was submitted that same day of the interview on the 16th. So it would have been 8 days after the robbery, but I would need to see the warrant for recollection as when I actually obtained the search warrant.
But once the preservation letter was in, even if you did the warrant 3 weeks later, there shouldn't have been anything once Instagram or Meta received that letter. Nothing more should have been deleted from their servers. The user might think he or she deleted it, but if your warrant was valid and they scoop it up for you, you would get even that which was attempted to be deleted after the preservation letter.
Correct. It would be that, it was that 8-day time span before that preservation was put.
All right. You don't need to look anything else up. That covers that. You have been presented with some paperwork that associates Mr. Robinson with the handle Baby Slat, but also the Goat 1100. Are you able to tell from your review of the records if those were names or monikers used simultaneously, or if there was a switch from don't call me Baby Slat anymore, call me the Goat 1100, or vice versa?
So there's only one Instagram handle that's used at a time. The records would show when all of a sudden you see a change in there. However, at that exact date, I would have to refer back to the records to give, but they can't be used simultaneously.
Do you know which was used first in time?
I would have to double check. I would have to double check.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you know of a way to navigate us through whatever state's exhibit that is?
I think I can. I can find it eventually.
Well, me too.
I don't know if I can navigate it right now.
Okay.
I think it's a controlled search. There is the records that are reflected at the time the warrant was written, and then they're duplicated in the same records as to what they look like when preservation.
Okay. It sounds like the answer that will stand is they couldn't occur simultaneously. You're not sure which one was used first.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have any follow-up for Investigator Maldonado based on our recent exchange?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
Just one here. Detective Maldonado, you said that the video for the Weatherby video, it picks up the motion when the car, the Mercedes, is coming around. It would also pick up motion if two men are coming out of it, okay?
As long as they were on the sidewalk closest to the house, yes.
Yeah, where the vehicle is, where we can see in the video.
Correct.
And that footage doesn't show any men coming out of the vehicle, correct? Or going into it.
Right. The car, you see it parked on the sidewalk, and then the next time you see it, it's to the intersection.
Thanks, sir. That's it, Judge.
Thank you. And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any follow-up for Investigator Maldonado?
On the footage that she was referring to, you said it only showed a driver.
You can't see the driver. You can just see a white female in the front passenger seat. And as I testified before, I would assume there's a driver simply because the vehicle is moving and someone had to be in the driver's seat.
I'm wrong, it showed passenger.
A front seat passenger, yes.
That's it. All right, Investigator, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Judge.
It's 5 on a Friday. You've been with us all week. You're going to leave in a moment. I need to address a few things. One, your names are not a public record. The documents that had your names on them have been retrieved from everyone and shredded. I have the one remaining set, and I have it only because when the trial's over, I send you a thank you letter. That's it. And we need to call or email you if you don't show up. There will ultimately be a full disclosure, a document filed with the clerk's office indicating the number of days you served. I have to certify that so you get paid. If I don't, you don't get your huge check that you're going to get. And in fact, Ed McMahon delivers it at your door. It's giant. It's a big cardboard thing. It says 11 cents. But that document is filed under seal. Part of your break was spent by us talking about what's next. Mr. Hiles swears under oath. 2 witnesses left. One of the witnesses for the state will be very, very brief. Will likely be very, very brief for one of the defendants, but not for the other. This witness is going to be one of the ones that I mentioned during my initial instructions. Will be providing evidence that is admissible only as to one of the defendants. It's going to be Mr. Pritchett. And so he may have a bunch of questions on cross. Ms. Mignot can as well. I suspect she won't, but she is creative and she may. But Mr. Hiles is saying his examination will be brief. That leaves only one other witness. He will take longer for the state and likely for both of the folks doing questioning on the defense side. And then the state will rest. When the state rests, you get a break because we have to work through some legal issues. And then we will hear from Ms. Mignot if she's going to be presenting any evidence on behalf of Mr. Robinson. Zero burden for either defendant. So as I told you before, she may say, nope, we rest. And she will rely on the evidence, lack of evidence, and conflicts in the evidence that she has highlighted during her examination, cross-examination of the witnesses. And then the accused gets the same opportunity. He has an absolute right to testify if he wants to, not testify, call witnesses if that's something he is able to do, but he is authorized to do that. And we'll see how that goes after the state rests. But I need you back here Monday morning, 9 a.m. We're going to be apart from each other a lot longer than before, but I need you to maintain your commitment to no outside influences, no outside research. You have so many other things you can talk to friends and family about than this case, and just keep it that way. And we will see you at 9 on Monday. Any questions about anything I just shared with you? Excitement level like 99? Excellent. That's what I thought. You guys have a wonderful. Oh, now all of a sudden there are questions. Let's start with you. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to probably say the same thing. Do you have any idea how much longer we're going to be here beyond Monday?
I don't. The unknown is what evidence, if any, either defendant is going to put up. I'm pretty sure that I'm confident that we will wrap up with the state's case on Monday. I don't know what will follow after that. That will come when you're taking that break. There are motions that the defendants are entitled to make when the state rests. I got a rule on those, and then we'll explore that. But I'm not trying to be cagey. The lawyers aren't being cagey. They've given me a forecast, but they're not held to that. And so I don't want to share it with you because if it's different, I don't want you to be frustrated with them because they have all weekend to think about, maybe it's best to do nothing because we've done enough. Maybe it's best to call witness X. In the same way the state does, defendants have the ability to compel a witness's appearance, and then you just flip the role. They'd be doing direct examination, and Ms. Green or Mr. Hiles would be doing cross-examination. So if I had to bet, not legal, don't do it, I'd guess that we would spend some time together on Tuesday, but I bet that time on Tuesday would be maybe a little bit of the closings and then you're deliberating. That would be my forecast, but think of that like a weather forecast. It may actually rain on Tuesday, even though they say it's going to be sunny. Okay. Did you have a different question, sir? Okay. Did I not address any of? Okay. I know what your question is. That's always your question. Did you have anything else? No. Let me say this. It is clear to me that I know you are juggling. Let me say this first. We've received 0 Publix baked goods since we've been here. I'm going to say I've received 0 Publix baked goods. All right. You are juggling a lot. When we take breaks and I'm going back to juggle what I need to juggle, people are on the phone doing work and this and that. And so we all appreciate that this is a huge imposition and it's expanded because you're having to come back next week. We don't take that lightly. We are not goofing around in here. I think you can appreciate this is a high stakes situation for everyone involved. You've now seen and heard something real bad happen that night. The question is, who did it? And that's why you're here. So appreciate your patience. And I know it is drawing you down. Like, dang, I do have to get back to life. Perspective. The YSL jurors, they're on like month 99. You won't have any months. In fact, if we don't count Monday, because that was jury selection, you'll have maybe a week's worth of days where you served as jurors in an important situation. So know that we appreciate the sacrifice. We don't minimize the sacrifice. We're mindful of the sacrifice. You've had to do a lot of sitting around. There are a lot of moving parts that we need to navigate carefully to ensure that the state gets a fair hearing, that Mr. Robinson and the accused get a fair hearing. And this trial is a little different than some of the trials I've had, and it just makes it a little more complicated. But I need to make sure that I'm ensuring due process for everyone. That may seem like you get no process at all because you're stuck here, but that's not the goal. Okay, that's my little pep talk. I will see you guys Monday morning. Thank you so much. Mr. Hiles, just because you're closest, if you would get on the witness stand is DR 18, that's an exhibit, so it should go to exhibit land, and I think it's your copy of Maldonado, that goes back to you. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, I need to address, I need to wait till we're back on the record. That's okay, no, you were dealing with evidence. I need to address something directly with you, and then I'm going to do the same with Mr. Pritchett. It may come to pass on Monday, latest Tuesday, but I forecast it'll be on Monday, that I need to have a conversation with you about whether you want to testify or not. That is not something I'm going to ask Ms. Mignot about. She'll be in court while I ask it. She'll be right by your side, but it is ultimately a defendant's decision whether he testifies or not. And so I want to make sure over the weekend you think about it, because the one answer you don't get to give is, I need more time to decide. I'm not going to spring it on you. That's why I'm telling you now. But after the state rests and we start having a conversation about, is there any evidence that's going to be presented by either defendant? If Ms. Mignot says either we're not calling anyone, or I currently only plan to call John Doe, but not you, then I need to have that conversation with you on the record, outside the presence of the jurors. They won't hear it at all, about whether you want to testify, your right to not testify. But if you choose to testify, the reality that you don't get to just answer softball questions from Ms. Mignot, but you'd be cross-examined by one of the prosecutors, and Mr. Pritchett would be free to ask you questions as well. Okay? You'll be ready for that? Yes? You'll be ready to answer those questions on Monday? Pardon me? You will think about it, but on Monday won't be the time to think about it. Monday will be the time for us to have that conversation. You understand? Okay. Mr. Pritchett, same situation. I know you were getting your papers in order, but it could be that on Monday is when you and I need to have that very same conversation, where I'll be asking you whether you want to testify, telling you your rights. You don't have to, but if you do, you'll be subject to cross-examination by the state and potentially by Ms. Mignot. And Monday won't be the time to say, dang, I'm representing myself. I need more time. You'll need to be in a position to say, yes, I am, or no, I'm not. Okay, great. Mr. Hiles, anything else you want to get on the record at this time? Oh, yes, you may have more, but let me do this. Mr. Pritchett shared 4 + 4 + 1, 9 names of potential witnesses, 3 of whom weren't from your list. Ellis, Coleman, you know who Coleman is. No, I guess 4 of whom, and then this Mr. Abdullah and Ms. Hannons. Are those names that, I know you know who Vas Coleman is. Do those other 3 names ring a bell?
The other names, I have no idea who they are.
Okay.
So if they're gonna be called, I just ask for a contact number and the date of birth.
So, Mr. Pritchett, before you could call Ellis, Abdullah, or Hannons, you would need to provide to both Ms. Mignot and to the state basic biographical information. So address where they live, date of birth, and a way to contact them, because the lawyers are entitled to speak with them in advance. Your witnesses may say, I don't want to speak with you. They have a right not to speak with them, but they need to be made available in case they are willing to speak, so that the lawyers could say, what do you have to say about this case? So if you're going to call any of those folks, you need to make sure when we come back on Monday because we aren't starting with you. We still have two state's witnesses that you've got contact information. If you don't have that, those aren't witnesses you can call. The ones from the state's list, you don't need to worry about. The state already knows them, and Ms. Mignot has had contact information for them for a while now. Okay? Mr. Hiles, you were going to share with Mr. Pritchett the redacted version of his indictment and sentence and all that. Did you do that? And did he? Okay. Mr. Pritchett, you met with Mr. Abadi, Adam, yesterday. I think he shared with you one of the things the state is going to attempt to admit into evidence is the indictment and then conviction records related to the older home invasion. The originals will go into the record, but the originals make mention of felony murder and the fact that someone died. And I've ruled that this jury doesn't hear about that was part of the home invasion, that the gentleman jumped out of the building and died. And so Mr. Hiles represented to me that he has edited the indictment to take out any reference to felony murder. And similarly with your plea form, there's no reference. You didn't plead to felony murder anyway, but that's all been removed. Did you and Mr. Abate look at those forms?
He showed me the front cover. I know it was wrong. He showed me the front page.
Okay. Did you feel like the redactions were acceptable, or you don't feel like you're still sure about what the redactions were?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the full redactions were, but I have an understanding based on what you said. But like I said, the only page I saw was I think it was the indictment page, and it said one charge of burglary.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have scanned versions or just paper versions?
I've got, this is all,
I don't need the, no, I'm having, which are the edited ones?
this is the edited one.
Okay. Huh, I thought it was a different sentence. So the revocation was just a 10-year revocation?
No, the original sentence, it's got.
Oh, it was a first offender. Okay, so that's why. Got it. Okay. Is this your only copy? I'm gonna hand it right back to you.
I think so.
Okay, can you hand it to Mr. Pritchett?
I will make.
We're good. Mr. Pritchett, I've looked at the redacted version and it is what you recall, but you may have only seen the first page. It's the original indictment. All it says is burglary now. It's your initial plea, where you got 10 to serve 2 balance probated to burglary. All it shows is burglary. And then it's got your resentencing by then Judge Millender after the revocation. But again, it just says burglary. My direction was to remove any reference to murder, felony murder, anything like that. And it's all gone. So I don't see an issue with that being what goes to the jury, but I'm gonna let you finish flipping through it and then you can give me your thoughts.
This is coming in for what reason again? Like this is.
So back when you had Ms. Williams, she argued against it coming in, but it's what we call 418 evidence. And so it comes in because I found that it is evidence of another gang-related crime. And there is a rule of evidence that basically says if you're being prosecuted for a gang offense, other gang-related crimes can come in for any purpose. Here, they're going to argue propensity, motive, intent, but also, this was discussed at the hearing, evidence that you learned in that case that the way the police figured it out is that everyone had a cell phone with them. And I think, I don't mean to speak for Mr. Hiles, he can get it in for any reason. He can argue about it in any way he wants, but I've already ruled that it comes in through this rule of evidence called Rule 418, which relates to gang offenses.
What classified that first case of the gang as a gang offense?
I don't remember, but that was presented and
It's listed, under 1615.3. As a, gang activity.
oh, that's right. It doesn't, the other one doesn't have to be a gang. There was a recent Supreme Court decision that says if that prior crime is the type of crime that constitutes gang activity, evidence of it can come in. So either way I've ruled is coming in, and the input I wanted from you was whether you felt the redactions removed any reference to felony murder. I find that they do, but I wanted you to be able to preview it so you weren't surprised. Okay. The only other thing I have on my list for you, Mr. Hiles, was that you were going to revise the Miller PowerPoint consistent with my rulings. You've been in court all day, but over the course of the weekend, you will get that to me and Ms. Mignot.
It's revised. I will email it to you when I get back. I have three assistants that were open while we were.
Great, but email it to Ms. Mignot and Ms. Blake as well.
Before 7 a.m. on Monday.
Right, yeah. Whether you have to send it as a PDF or you actually have your laptop connected, make sure it goes out this weekend. All right, Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Robinson, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pritchett, anything else? I will email to the lawyers and then we'll get you a hard copy Monday morning, Mr. Pritchett, a draft jury charge. Ms. Niles prepared that and I will work through it. Now that I haven't bifurcated, I need to go through a little bit more of it. But I'll get that to you all, because in theory, we could have a charge conference on Monday. We certainly need to have that.
And if we could have that also emailed to Ms. Blake.
Oh, no, I sent it to both. Yeah, because you told me you both worked on the proposed charge, so I wouldn't exclude her from that.
I missed that, Judge. What day? You
We-
said for the charges?
We could have it on Monday. I don't know what's gonna happen on the other, but you guys are resting on Monday. And if the answer is nothing's coming on the other side. So, but I'll email this weekend to you and all the other lawyers and Ms. Blake, the proposed charge. Okay? It's been a long week. I appreciate everyone's dedication. Everyone has been on time or had a substitute here when other things were going on. That's important because that makes us good stewards of the jurors' time. Spent a little bit of time re-energizing this weekend. I know you're going to work on this case, but a little bit both days doing something unrelated to State versus Robinson and Pritchett. Be healthy for you. All right.
Health is health.
I'm throwing axes. For real.
All right. Thank you, everyone.